Alright, now we got it. Now we got it. How you doing, my little beauties? Apologies for the shaky start there. Anyway, welcome. Clearly YouTube is not sending out notifications right now, but that's okay. They'll show up. Remember the famous slogan that all web developers live by. If you build it, they will come, right? But in any event, here we are. It's Saturday, and that can only mean one thing. It's live coding day. Now, I've been working on this API Explorer thing now for, well, I would say 7 days actually. This is day 7. And it has sort of started to drag on. I'm happy with it, but I'm really thinking it's time to get this thing finished. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. I don't know how long I'll be here, but I'm going to try and stay here the whole day. And hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully this thing will be finished, you know. That's what we're hoping for. So, shall we stick a wee bit of music on? Probably wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, right? So let me just see if I can find a channel here with something that we can get away with playing. Okay, I think I've got something. It's one that we do all before. This is the, in case you're wondering, at the moment I'm going with the relaxed movement channel here, which seems to work. I should put a mention in the description of this actually. But in any event, this is the one, and maybe I'll give you the link here. Why not? Why not? So here's the link if anybody wants to check that one out. So just in case you're interested, now we have a wee bit of music here, and let's get started. Alright, so we're continuing with this thing here, this API builder, and I'm fairly happy with what I've done. It looks very similar to the one we had before. But it's better, you know. For example, we've got this params builder in here, and I just think it's a better thing, and I think it's really important, you know, that we get this right. So that's what we're doing, hopefully, and you can see how this works, right? Now I'm going to select, and we're going to have watch drop down is not defined. So let's start this thing off, shall we? And I'll open up. Just going to open up Sublime here. Now you can see I'm getting a little bit para with my you know, screen. It's just in case, you know. Alright, here we are here. Now give me just 2 seconds, will you? Okay. So here we go then, right? Okay. So it's looking for a thing by the name of watch drop down. So now I think I might need to just do this one more time. Alright, we're good. So I'm gonna look for watch drop down. Here it is here. I've made this before actually, as you can see. So we're going into Views, API Explorer JS. I think I'll have this one near here. Okay. So if we refresh, click on this, and suppose we say ID does not equal 3 or something, that's fine, right? But suppose we say something like limit. It says operator dropdown is not a valid selector. Okay. I've got you. So what I think's happening here is this is how can we put this? Right. If we look at this here, this is clearly a table, right? And you can see that it's got a class of form builder row. Now, let me have a wee chat with the employee of the month here. Oh, my sound's a wee bit loud. Okay, let me. All right. No. Well, there's an interesting start to the day. Yeah, so, you know, another thing I was thinking about lately was Chat GPT, and you'll notice that we're no longer seeing these we're under heavy demand, please be patient vibes, and lately I've been thinking that maybe this Chat GPT thing has peaked. Now, I don't have any inside information, I don't know. But I think that I had said a while ago that there's a couple of possible directions that this could go in. The first is that everything has just suddenly changed overnight and we're all going to lose jobs as developers. But the second thing that I said, I think I said it either last week or the week before, was I see a high probability of the novelty factor of this thing wearing out quite quickly. And I also think that having spent time working with it, and anybody who has worked with this will know that as good as it is, it's not going to be replacing any jobs anytime soon. I think that we're about 3 years away from that, you know, being a real danger. So I have to wonder, has Chat GPT peaked? Keep in mind that there's other rivals now starting to appear on the scene. So I wonder what you reckon, and perhaps that is going to be our first poll of the day. Let's just do that, right? Has Chat GPT peaked? So, what do I mean by peaked? I mean reached the height of its popularity. Has it basically, has the novelty worn off? Have people started to realise that maybe it's not quite as powerful as they thought? Have rivals started to get their act together? Have we seen peak Chat GPT? I don't know the answer, but I'm wondering what you think. That's our poll of the moment. Okay, so let's get to work with this. Suppose I have an HTML table. Alright, so we're giving it a wee bit of training here. Okay, good. Now, I'm going to show this thing what transform row does. Okay, so no harm in training it up a wee bit, right? This music is frigging awful. Alright. Transform removes it and creates a new row with the same structure. It then adds that, does that, does that. The delete row does that. Good. So now we're going to show it what this watch drop down row does. Okay. The purpose of watch drop down is to make sure that only the equals operator is available whenever limit offset or order by is selected. Here's the code. Again, just training it up, just training it up. Okay. Right, so now I'm at a stage where I can give it the error. Now I reckon, of course, there's a few different ways you could solve that with IDs and stuff like that, but I'm wanting to just see how Chat GPT solves this, you know? Okay, so let me... Now what I'm interested in seeing is it going to add an ID? I see what they're saying. That's actually not going to fix it. That is not going to fix it. No chance. There is no way that that's going to fix it. Pardon me. So Chat GPT is wrong again. Wrong again. Ahoy! Simon is here. Simon is here. How you doing, Simon? The godfather of speed coding. And Maloof is here, who says I'd say the actual Chat GPT site may have, but the underlying technology is just getting started. Yeah, that sounds pretty logical to me. Yeah, so how is everybody doing anyway? Now this might work. This might be the one. So let's see if we can do this. Now I'll add a few X's in here. And then we'll go like this. I'm so determined to finish this thing today, you know. I think that might have worked. So here we're saying task title less than, that's fine. But if we say limit, boom, changes to an equals, just and disabled. Do you see that? And then it's re-enabled. Now that is exactly what I wanted. It works. So thank you to Chat GPT for that. That's excellent. And oh cool, it's Saturday night over in Australia. Cool. I saw a video on Twitter, you know, of the biggest spider in the history of humanity, and somebody says it's from Australia. Is that true, Simon? Do you have crazy, ridiculously oversized spiders there? Man. Don't get me wrong, I'm an incredible macho dude. Incredibly, even. I better get my coffee going. But that would freak me out. Alright. So, we have a gig. Yes, we do. And you can see what's happening here, right? So you can do something like not equal whatever. But when you go like that, it goes like that. I think that is fantastic. So, what I'm going to do then is just go through the different parts of this that are required to make it all perfect. Everybody needs... we have 2 Australian viewers at the same time. Can you beat that? I think people from Australia seem to like Trongate, you know, because I think it appeals to the kind of no bullshit mentality that you folks have got. You know what I mean? That's how it looks to me. Maybe I'm going into dodgy territory with that. Alright, so let's see how we're going to get this thing going, right? We'll get an auto flow thing on the height. Then we'll get copy response. Oh no, we'll get the submit button working. Okay. Let's make sure setting of token works. Then we are gonna do that. Then we're gonna display the server response. Then we're gonna get clear parameters working. Then we're gonna get that. Okay. Now there's even more on top of that, but that just gives me some idea of what we should be aiming for here, you know. So I'm going to do this auto flow on the height of the thing. You can see that this is all heading downstairs here. So to fix this, what we're going to do is find our style thing that I've just made. I'll find the first version of modal. Maybe something like that, and we'll just say modal body. Now I'll say my spacing is all over the place here, but let's say max height. I'll make it something crazy, and then overflow auto. So this should add in a nice scroll bar. There it is. Alright, so now we have to get a decent max height in. So let's figure this one out. Supposing we say 70% of the viewport height. That's alright, but I think we can do a bit better than that. I think that's about right. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I mean, it's unlikely that people will even use that much, but it's probably worth doing, you know. And as you can see, it rebuilds when you close and open it. So as soon as you close it and then reopen, we're all square again. Alright, so there's one thing done on the list. And we are now, of course, members of the Frequent Committers Society. By the way, I've decided to build a command line interface for this thing, for Trongate. I think it's all bullshit. I think that the desktop app is good, but there are a lot of developers out there who don't like having software on their computer. They would much rather install third-party code from who knows who. That was a reference to packages, in case you didn't know. But in any event, I don't think, just to talk a wee bit about Trongate for a second. In fact, let me do this commit and I'll give you my 5-minute Trongate, let's say, catch up. So okay. So, right, let's talk a wee bit about Trongate, where we are, what's coming up, and what we're going to be doing. So, one of the things that you will have no doubt noticed... Hello to I Am Programmer, nice to see you. You've probably noticed that there's one or two people who don't like Trongate. I think that's the understatement of the century. It's another perfect hair day. Anyway, there are a few who just don't like it. Now, when you look at the reasons for not liking it, none of them really stand up. So they'll say things like, for example, just the other day somebody said it's a mess. Well, what does that even mean? We've got clear separation of concerns with regards to our hierarchical assets module view controller structure. It's certainly 20 times faster than Laravel and Symfony. These are not my numbers, by the way. In what respect is it a mess? And they'll say things like, it's old-fashioned. Well, maybe they should go rush over to SpaceX the next time there's a launch and run over and start shouting to abandon launch, because those guys are using C, the C programming language, and I don't really take any offence at somebody saying something is old-fashioned. Somebody said the other day, oh, I looked at the model, oh, it looks so old-fashioned. And I thought, are you kidding? This person was a Laravel developer. Now, if you look at all of the top 10 frameworks, they're all, at least the ones that do any kind of database interaction, they're all approaching it exactly the same way. For example, Laravel uses an ORM. This is something that was made before PDO became something that's available in virtually all installations of PHP. But did they suddenly say, well, maybe we don't need the ORM, maybe we don't need doctrine and all of that bullshit? No, they did not. They continued doing what Cake, CodeIgniter and everybody else does. They made a class, a PHP class, for interacting with databases. Ask any one of them how to do an advanced table join and their eyeballs will roll over. Trongate, on the other hand, is the only, do you hear me? The only PHP framework, in fact, the only any web development framework in the world that gives users a free graphical user interface for performing advanced table joins. We're the only ones who have that technology. And so these people who say, oh, it's old-fashioned, something to do with the model, they are clueless. Now, those of you who have followed PHP, you will have noticed that since day one, PHP gets a lot of criticism, and it's had a lot. It doesn't have classes, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that. Every time PHP addressed those concerns, and remember, we like PHP, every time that happened, did you ever see any of the naysayers go and say, well, PHP fixed that, maybe it's quite good? The answer is no. And so, I think it's really important to avoid falling into the trap of saying, oh, they think that we need to get, blah blah, so we better build that. It's never going to work. You're dealing with small-minded, tribalistic idiots, most of whom have built nothing and done nothing. That's what we're up against, and we're never going to please them. However, I think that sometimes you have to balance that against, am I going to just, sabotage our chances of scoring with about 50% of the PHP community by stubbornly saying things like, well, we're not using Composer. That would be kind of foolish, And if you take, for example, the desktop app, I think that the people who are all say, I'm using the command line interface, I think they're idiots. I really do. But there's plenty of them, and regardless of what I think personally, maybe their concerns are legitimate. I know that there's a lot of people who are nervous about downloading software, and it's insanity. They won't download anything unless it comes from Zuckerberg and the gang. disgusting little slaves breaking the industry. It's what they do. But nevertheless, maybe we should build a command line interface for them. I started on it last night and it looks like a pretty easy thing. I reckon I could build it within 7 days, maybe even in a weekend. So maybe we'll build that, you know. Forgive me if I'm sounding like her. You can tell I was on Twitter. But as far as Trongate goes, I consider what we're doing right now, this thing here, to be absolutely mission critical. Next, there's a couple of wee flaws with the calendar that I want to sort out. Once we've done that, we're pretty much on the free love freeway, you know. And you never know, maybe those things will be done this weekend. And whether people like it or not, we are going to have a top 10 PHP framework. We are. And that's coming up very soon, actually. So I'm an explosion of optimism for the long term, you know. And that's where we are. Anyway, do we have anyone else in? Ibrahim is here. How are you doing? How is my day? It's good. I feel a wee bit half asleep though, because all I've got is this coffee. Do you know what I mean? It's all I've got. And I think I'm not sure if it's quite up to the job, you know. Anyway, anybody else? We've got I Am Programmer here. I try and say hello to everybody, you know. And I apologise if I miss anyone. Anyway, shall we dance? Shall we continue with this thing? Oh yes, we shall. Alright, so we managed to knock something off the list there. We managed to get this thing going, right? Well, we just go right through all of these. Let's just power through this list in super quick style, okay? So here we go. We'll do the GET request one. Now you can see that it says submitting request, and that's not much use to us. So let's find... Oh, that's our old drop down. We'll get rid of that. Alright. Okay, so that's called submit request. Now I do believe that we did have a submit request working before that went a little bit like this. It's not perfect, but it's kind of acceptable, you know. So we'll go like this, and let's just see what we got here. So this is getting a target URL. In fact, let's just console.log that, shall we? Just so we can see what we're working with here. So if we go like that and then hit submit. Okay, so we're getting a wee console.log on the stuff here. I think that's the... What on earth is that? That's the current endpoint. And this is the actual target URL here, right? So, what do? We get the request type. Now let's look at the request type. I'm going to just console.log the request type. We'll chuck in a little return here. So if we go like this, you can see that the request type is GET. And I think I'm gonna make a little string to upper here. I probably don't need it, but what it does is it means that I don't need to have these stupid wee rules here. I can just say, look, if it does not equal GET, so if it's put, delete, something like that, then we'll say that request type is post, let's say. But if it does, then request type is GET. Remember that PHP only really does post and GET requests. It doesn't bother about put and delete. So that's what we've got here. Now in this case, we're going to have a GET request. Let's just prove that by saying console.log request type. And again, I'll chuck in a return here. And you can see that, oh, shr to upper. Where on earth is it? No, that's not an error. That's not an error. Where's my employee of the month? No, that's not an error. Oh, jeez. That is an error. I'm in JavaScript. Right, I was using PHP. Right, got you. Well, I was kind of right. Come on, have some sympathy here, man. It's not easy being me. So, I was wondering, what are you working on today? Let us know. Let us know in the comments. Anything good? Cannot take properties of null. Okay, well. Okay, so see when this thing happens here. Let's just console.log the http.status, and then we'll console.log the http response text. Then we'll hit return, right? So let's just do that and we'll see what comes up. And there you go. Okay, let's do it again. So we go like that. And again. So we hit submit. It's perfect. Now we've got a couple of wee console.logs that we don't need here. Okay, now let's look at our submit request thing again, and for the moment let's comment this out. There you go. So that's that, right? Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, now if we go back to the to-do list here, what we want to do is display the server response. So, back over to submit request here, right? Now I'm going to take out this header thing for the moment. But you can see that we've got a thing by the name of display response. Here it is right here. Or maybe not. But if we go like around about here, grab this. By the way, can I show you an email that came in? Can I show you something? Or maybe not, actually. I won't be ungraceful. It's fine. It's fine. We're not focusing on the negative today. It's all positive. Alright, my spacing's all over the place. But let's see if we can figure this out. Now we want to take this text area here, which has a class and an ID of server response. So there it is right there. And then we've got something about the you know what? I'm feeling a bit crazy. Let's just run it. Here we go. Alright. So as you can see, the server response is displaying in here. Alright, so we kind of got quite close to it. This is our server response element. In fact, if I just hit return here, it will basically give us that server response. So keep an eye on this yellow area, and there is the server response. Thank you very much indeed. But what we really want is, do you see how we've got a thing that says HTTP status code and it's an ID, right? And in fact, there it is right there, okay? Now, I'm going to console.log this HTTP status text because I'm not entirely sure what it is, and I just want to make sure that we're on the right track with this thing. Here we go. So we have a typo, get element by ID, of course. And you can see that it says OK. Now that's fantastic. That means that it understands that we've got a 200 status code, and it understands that that means everything is okay. So now this is the magical part, because now when we submit this, keep an eye on this right hand side here. Oh, maybe not on the right, but you can see that it says server response 200 OK. And I think that's kind of cool, Having said that, it would have been better on the right hand side. So let's see if we can just move it across somehow. So what we got here, I'm going to add in class equals float right. It's funny how we hardly ever use these floats anymore. Okay, that had no effect at all. None at all. Alright, well, let's see what else we've got. Supposing we said to call, and then we had two divs. One with A and one with B. What's that gonna do? Do you know something? I was completely looking at the wrong part of this. Completely. What I meant to do was alright, give me a wee minute. So you can see here that this has got create server response div. It creates a div with a label, and then it creates a span. Here's our span, and the span has got a status code. Now, I think that we can do better than this. I'm going to have a wee look for to call. Now, do you see how that says? No, I don't like that. Alright. I'll call it two-way split. It's going to be pretty similar to this, except we're going to say, actually no, we'll get away with that to call. That will be fine. That will be fine. So if we think in terms of yeah, so see this div here. Let's say set attribute class is toCall, so it's going to be a 2-column div. Then we're going to say document create element. I'll call it div const div, maybe top left is that. So then we've got our label here, and we can say div top left append child of label. Then we can say const div top, let's say right hand side, is document create element div. And then we're going to say div top right hand side append child of blah blah. Then we're going to say for the main div append div top left, and then append top right hand side. I think that's it. So if we now go like this, well actually it's not quite as bad as it seems, because what we'll do now is we'll say const div btm is document create element. It's a div. Then we build our text area and we say div btm append text area. Now you see this, we'll call it top. And then we've got this div btm thing. So then we just say append the top one and the bottom one. All of that work just for a wee bit of alignment. How annoying is that? Oh, gee. Okay, so what is the thing? Ah, so the labels get a big old margin top. Do you see that? So that pretty much tells me I'm going to go like this. Div top. I'm going to say style. Style dot align items is flex end. That's pretty good. Now see for that top right hand side, which is around about here. I'll take out the... Let's take out the status code thing. And let's just say top right hand side, set attribute of this. Okay. And then we can now take this out. And if we save, refresh, give it a little click, there we go. So we're going to take our HTTP status code here. Maybe something like that. And we'll just say text align right. So if we do this and this, boom. Now we could do with, you can see we've got a wee bit of margin here. It looks like we've got a 0.4 on the bottom of this. In fact, do you know what? Now we'll just say that. So say margin downstairs 0.4. Let's also add in a font weight of bold. And we'll give this another try. Okay, that looks quite good, I think. So I'll take out this red stuff. That's it. That's it. Now, I suppose another thing that you could do is, I'll just say something like margin right 1M, because it's a wee bit too far over. There you go. Now how cool is that? So I really like that. I think that does the job. And that's another one off the to-do list. So that's our server response now displaying. We've now got the basic submit button working as well. And it's a good time to do a wee commit here. Git add all git commit get basic submit button working. All right, nice. Let's see. Alright, so let's move on, and what have we got next here? Let's have a look. How about if we get this clear parameters thing working? That sounds like kind of a good thing, right? So let's do that. Clear parameters. Now at the moment, whenever I tick that, you'll see that it says parameters cleared. So we've done a wee tiny bit of prep work here. And here it is right here, okay? So the way that this one's going to work is as follows. When we add in parameters like so, and when we tick clear parameters, you can see that it says it is checked. So what we'll do is we're going to get all of these parameter rows here. So do you see how we've got this class of form builder row? So let's just say const form builder rows is document get elements by class name of that. Going to do a little for loop here, and for each and every one of them we're just going to remove. Now check this out. So if we do this, here's our parameters, and if we tick clear parameters, boom. Now why, oh why, do you know why that never worked? It's because of this for loop here. I think we have to do the alternative for loop, the one that kind of goes in the other direction. It's all to do with indexes, you know. So here we go. Clear it. There you go. That's excellent. Now the only other thing is I want to do a little delay, you know. So what we're going to do then is we're going to look at this checkbox here. So if we inspect, actually, let's find the thing that called that. Alright, so do you see how that says on change we run, it says clear parameters, right? And it takes the checkbox state here. So what we'll do then is we'll add in a set timeout right here, the most powerful feature in all of JavaScript. So it's going to wait 1 second, actually just over a second, and then we're going to say second checkbox. Now I want to ask Chat GPT a question here. Something that's been on my mind, you know. So alright. So over to the employee of the month. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm just curious. Okay, how do we know when it's appropriate? It's all of the questions that I'd be too embarrassed to ask a human being, you know. It's generally recommended to use the element property instead of set attribute. That's because it's faster. Blah 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 blah. You should use the element property. Can you give me examples of your preferred techniques for dynamically adding on click? Alright, just want to clarify something here. Okay, here we go. Can you see the problem? You've just given me a speech a few minutes ago. You were telling me to avoid using set attribute, and now here you are using it all over the place! Exclamation mark. Forgive me if this is all crazy questions. That's really vague to me. Okay. So we've got class list add blah 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 blah. Class is my class, ID is that, input.id equals that, checked equals true, disabled is true. Can I ask you folks what you think? Thank you for voting in the poll. Most of you think that Chat GPT has not peaked. So the next question is what's the best way to add properties to an element in JavaScript using set attribute, using direct property access? Now maybe it doesn't matter, you know, and of course comments are welcome, but it's one of these wee inconsistencies that has really bothered me, and I wonder what you think. Let me know in the comments, and hopefully you can shine a light on all of this. That's what I'm hoping for. Alright. Alright, and it's ahoy to the great Stefan Hummel who joins us here. Nice to see you, Stefan. Welcome. How on earth are you doing? Good to see you. Alright, so we're just faffing about with this API Explorer. I'm absolutely determined to have this thing finished here, you know. In any event, we're going to just say checked equals true. We'll do that technique, and let's test this clear parameters thing again. So when we do that and then we tick that, it clears. Actually, checked becomes false. Got that the wrong way around. So here we go again. We hit clear. Do you know what would be better than that? If we said opacity is 0. So when we do that, it goes like that. I could get this doing something really fancy, you know. Maybe we could say dot inner HTML equals and chuck in a little space. Nah. Opacity 0 kind of works, doesn't it? Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm going to ask Chat GPT to do something really cool. And if it achieves this, then Chat GPT will be amazing. Okay. So, I'm gonna... Are we still on the same conversation? We are still on the same conversation. Excellent. Okay. I have my clear parameters function removing table rows when a checkbox is ticked. Here's the code. I do not think I don't know why I added that in. Okay. Alright, now let's see if it can do this. This is kind of a tricky thing I'm asking it to do. I'm asking it to do a little cool animation effect. So here we go. Now, do you reckon it'll be able to do this? I will be amazed if it can do this, I have to tell you. I will be absolutely amazed if it can do this. Smoothly reduce the height of all the table rows. Here we go. Check the comments. It's using the instructions that I had given it, which is really impressive. Right, now I don't think that'll work because it's too damn good. How can it? If this works, I tell you what, if this works, I will be blown away. Here we go. There's no way it's going to work. There's just no way. It's too advanced. Told you. So let's see where it went wrong. Right, this is overcomplicated. Nah, it's really, really messed up. I knew it would. It's going to say I apologise. You are correct. I'll take that. Okay, let's try this one. Place your bets. I think it's fallen apart. I don't think it can do it. This is my last attempt. If it cannot do it, then let's not worry. We will... And again, it's adding in that stupid delete all of the trash buttons again. So we don't need that. I mean, Chat GPT, folks, don't get me wrong. I think the future's bright, but there's no question that here on this live stream, we have absolutely discovered what this thing is not capable of doing and what it is capable of doing. But I mean, that's just garbage, you know. I could have done a better animation myself in the time that I was chatting to the thing. By the way, we have a wee mixture. Use set attribute, use direct property access. Thank you, thank you. Can I just say a wee quick thing to the room as well? This is probably not something that you're interested in. In fact, I'm not going to say it. Doesn't matter. Forget it. It will just annoy you. Alright, we'll go with the usual clear parameters then. We'll go with that thing there. There it is. And what we'll do is... yeah, this is the way to do this. Just keep it simple, you know. Keep it simple. So if we get something like this, we're going to hit clear parameters. Boom, it does that. And there you go. Perfect. That's it. Okay, so that's another thing off of the checklist here. Something like that. Alright, well, we're certainly making good progress with our list here, and let's just keep on going. So, we'll power through this. Now, I have to be honest with you, my energy is so low right now. And it's early, it's only 12:30 here. So I might head down to the shops and buy an energy drink. I don't have anything else, you know what I mean? So it might have to be just energy drinks all the way. But I think I'm going to do that, folks. I'm going to head outside and just nip down to the shops, grab a wee energy drink. And when I come back... hello to you, Chris. Oh, Paul is here as well. How you doing, Paul? There's a few people showed up. We have Muir. Let's see you, folks. Let's see you here. All right, we've got Chris here. Chris, Jason, Stringify Object. Thank you very much. We've got Stefan in the house. Paul Fraser, new name. We've got Bakaran. Is that right? From the Philippines. Bakaran. Is that about right? But nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. We've got Muir Shea in the house. And we've got... Autumn Lay. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Damn, this Seth Tongue fella sounds like a real good scammer. I have no idea what you mean. It looks like... gee, there's all sorts in this room here. But here comes Daffa, who says, those losers on Twitter are just sheep following the shite Laravel pushes because they have no spine and no imagination and are hooked on over-engineered. There you go. For a minute there, I thought he swore. Thank you for that, Simon. Well, you know, it's they're done. They're actually done. None of them. The moment you invite any of them to join us on a live stream, they just fold. Because, I mean, can somebody even pretend to be one of them? I would love to get one of them on a live stream. But they always fold. And how many times have you seen me asking, come on the live stream? But they won't do it. Because nothing that they are doing, let's have a rant. Nothing Nothing that they're doing stands up to 1 minute of honest scrutiny. I mean, you know, look at Composer. Where do you start? Shall we talk about the security implications, the fact that it's effectively trying to turn PHP into Node.js? Shall we talk about the questionable integrity of the people behind it? I mean, there's videos, and maybe I shouldn't say any names here, but I've mentioned before, like, one video where one of them who set the questions for the PHP exam goes on camera and encourages people to tell their clients that the updates have got something to do with security. That's fraud. That's outright fraud. Shall we talk about how packages discourages innovation? Again, the official word is only download packages that have got a high download count. That's their way of handling security. Of course, it doesn't make anything secure. All it does is it stifles innovation. So we can talk about that. We can talk about, I think, the fact that it's basically a rat's nest of code. We can talk about third-party dependencies and all of the security flaws, upgrade issues, and other problems that causes. I'd like to learn a wee bit about it because I've got other concerns as well, but I might not be right about this. But supposing somebody builds an online discussion forum and a key part of that is icons or JavaScript libraries, I'm not entirely sure how that would fit in with something like Composer and vendor autoload and all that. Maybe I need more research before I look at that. But the bottom line is, whenever I look at that stuff, I think it's bullshit, and I think that I'm just the guy saying what everybody else was thinking. I mean, I reckon if you did a poll of PHP developers and you asked them, do you like the PSR, you know, the so-called standards? Do you like them? Are they good? Then if you said, let's say 3 questions, and if you said you think they're good, take your guess. Maybe 50% would say they think they're good. Then if you ask them, do you use the standards? Do you actually use them, all of them? I reckon at that point you'd be down to probably less than 3% of developers use them. And by the way, do you understand them? Would probably still take you down to about 3%. And then if you ask the question, can you name and describe the standards? They couldn't do it. They could not do it. Hold on a wee minute. Hello? I'm doing just great. How are you doing? Good. It's going okay. You know, I'm doing a wee live stream here on YouTube. And how is your day going? Oh, good. Look, I've got your car. Do you want it back? Are you sure? What are you doing for lunch? I'm not too bothered. I don't feel good having your car, to be honest with you. I'm happy to give you it back, you know. Oh, right. Are you sure you're cool with that then? That's great. That's great. Okay, any news at your end? Good. Alright, alright. Well, it's certainly good to hear from you. Okay, well, stay cool then, and I'm probably going to finish up here about 6 o'clock or something like that, you know. Maybe even a bit earlier. My energy's just shot today. I don't know why. Anyway, maybe, who knows? Who knows? Who knows what it is. Anyway, great to hear from you. Great to hear from you. And I'll give you a wee phone later on, okay? Alright, cheerio now. Bye. Bye. Pardon me. Pardon me, folks. That was me pretending I'm a successful business person. That's my successful business person pose, you know. Anyway, yeah, so Chris here makes a really great comment. And Chris says, now, I'll tell you something, Chris. Let's have a look at what Chris has got for us. He says, did you hear that in the new PHP version, if you set a property which is not defined for a class, it'll throw an error. Hurrah for more boilerplate. Well. I think it's time we took a little trip to the DC was right file. We haven't been there for a while. So let's have a wee look at the DC was right file. I wonder if I had said anything about this a long time ago and made these predictions. Let's have a look here. Here you go. Here's an article that I wrote on the 17th of September. And I'm going to read just a little bit of it right now because it really is a vindication here when we see what's actually happening. I said it's time for the PHP Foundation to stop breaking PHP. What I'm about to discuss might be alarming for some of you because I'm being forced to consider the possibility of a world where Trongate moves away from PHP. And I like PHP and I don't want that to happen. Now, what here, we're doing a little history of PHP here. And I've talked about what the PHP Foundation are good at and what they're bad at. So what they're good at is they're really good at collecting revenue. They excel at collecting revenue. When it comes to bringing in cash, absolutely no problems at all there. No problems at all. Really good at it. But of course, almost immediately, PHP got hacked when they took over. And this is the part that I wanted you to look at. And this is the part here that our good dear friend Chris has just alluded to. And thank you, Chris. I said the PHP Foundation has just taken PHP down a road that will break millions of websites. Yes, millions. With PHP 8.2, they have introduced a breaking change that causes depreciation errors when people initialize members of a class out with the original class scope. What that means is that for now, Trongate will not work on 8.2. It's that bad. Our unique class loading system does not work on 8.2. All because the PHP Foundation decided it's a good idea to break stuff. It's what they do. Hey, we're joined by the Meister. How are you doing? How are you doing? God bless you, my friend. It's good to see you. He says, afternoon. I drove by your neighbourhood yesterday. I was dropping somebody at the airport. You know, the Edinburgh one. Every time I drive by, I think of you, dude. Every time. How on earth are you doing? I hope you've checked out his channel, folks. It's a fantastic channel. And quite frankly, I every time I see him, I say the dude's got full-time YouTuber all over him. And I should know. Just look at the millions of potential people who could have been here. Anyway. Thank you. We shall. And I really look forward to it. Anyway, we've fixed this thing. But my optimization, I thought I was doing SEO, is at rock bottom. Even if we manage to firefight our way out of this breaking change, how long until the next one? Edit once again, but the question remains. Now, here's the bottom line, and forgive me if I'm being dramatic here, but the bottom line is all of your websites are going to break because these jokers, I said it in the article, here it is right here. It's as clear as you like, folks. Look, millions of websites will break, and it's happening. Now, these jokers are just going to fuck everything up that they go near. That's what they do. And so the question is, what are we going to do about it? Since that article, when I published that article, I was saying to myself, maybe I should ditch PHP and switch to another programming language. But I've given it a little bit of thought. And I'm thinking about making an offer to the PHP community. It's something that I had started before. I've talked about it a long time. But maybe we'll actually do it. And here's my offer. If the PHP community can make Trongate a top 10 PHP framework this year, which we're on course to do, by the way, we're on course. If this thing becomes a top 10 framework, I will build my own PHP engine. And the one that I would build is not going to break. That's my offer. And I think that might be the way to go. Let's just build our own PHP engine. What do you reckon, folks? Wouldn't that be a good idea? Then we can break free from these shithounds once and for all. That's where my mind is right now. Now, let's take a wee vote on this, shall we? And thanks for voting on the last one. So, if the PHP Foundation break PHP, oh, pardon me, I need to type this in. Let me just do this here. Let me just do this. So we're going to say, if the PHP Foundation continues to break PHP, we should A, let me know what you think. So the question is, if the PHP Foundation continues to break PHP, and by the way, just wait till all of those WordPress websites break. It's going to be very dramatic, I'll tell you that. We're the lucky ones, because I saw this shit coming months ago. You saw the article. You saw the article. That was written in September. And it's another one for the DC was right file. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. All right. No, it would not be a fork of PHP. It would be a PHP engine. So, you know how you get like Apache and things like that run PHP? Or a good example is, if you think about what Falcon have done, the makers of Falcon. So they have not invented a new programming language, but they have invented their own implementation of PHP. Facebook have done this as well, as have others. So what I'm thinking is, we don't have to build a new programming language, but we can build our own PHP engine. So you still use PHP, we can still even call it PHP, but it's not going to be a fork. It could be a fork, but I would just redo it. I've looked at PHP and I think we have the skills, especially now that we've got Chat GPT here. And here are the results coming in. So far, it looks like Some of you are saying just go with the flow and deal with it. Some of you are saying we've got to build a new programming language. But with 60% of the vote, build a new PHP engine. And I think that is the way to go. See, if you built a new PHP engine, you could actually fix some things that should have been fixed a long time ago. So for example, you could make PHP asynchronous and stuff like that. For anyone who's wondering what that means, it basically means that you can have it doing more than one thing at a time, you know. The classic example is, imagine a stock market app, and the app goes out and fetches stock market prices. Well, instead of doing each price one at a time, you can just say, here's the 10 stocks, boom, and it gets all 10 at the same time. We could build that, you know. We could definitely build that. The engine would not be built in C. It would be built in... That's actually a good one for the vote. Believe it or not, though, there's a new kid on the block that Simon mentioned recently called Zig. And I hadn't heard of it. It's a brand new programming language. And I thought it looked pretty darn good. Let me show you it. Let me show you it, because I'm thinking something like that, or else Go, you know. Now originally I was thinking C++, and I spent a few weeks looking into C++. I mean, I really did get my hands dirty with it. But there's a lot of security concerns that I've got with C++ that I could not quite even understand, and that bothered me. But here's one that Simon mentioned. It's a general purpose programming language for robust and reusable software. So here it is right here. And I have to wonder if that would be something worth looking at. I'd love to check it out. I don't know. Its focus appears to be on security, and it's got, as far as I can tell, it's got things like garbage collection built in, which basically means that it's more difficult to hack. In fact, let's have a new chat here, and let's ask our employee of the month, if you were building a PHP engine and your goal was to make it have async functionality, OOP, and high levels of security, along with massive levels of stability, what would be the best programming language to use? Now it's going to say C and C++, but I'm actually thinking we should use something a bit more modern. But let's run it past this thing and see what we got. Okay. So we knew that it would say C++, but that would be really difficult. I always thought Go was a good choice. But let's now mention the one. What about Zig? So check this out. It aims to provide a balance between low-level and high-level abstractions with a focus on safety, performance and clarity. It's designed to be fast and predictable and memory safe, which could make it a good choice for building a custom PHP engine with async functionality, OO support, blah 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 blah. And here's the features that could be useful. It's memory safe, so we prevent buffer overflows, null pointers, blah blah blah, security vulnerabilities. You can see all of that stuff here. Concurrency support. It includes support for lightweight coroutines, which can be used to implement asynchronous programming and improve performance. Now that right there is something that C does not have. And then we've got performance. Zig is designed to generate highly optimized code that can run fast even on low-level hardware. This could be beneficial. However, it's worth noting that it's relatively new. Okay. Now, how would a PHP engine built with Zig compare to the current PHP engine that is made with C? Actually, in terms of benchmarks, to be clear, I understand that C is slightly faster, but I would like you to take into account the manner in which PHP has been built, and I'm effectively asking if it's possible to make a PHP engine that's as fast or even faster. Okay, let's see what it says here. Here we go. It's not really giving us an answer right now. It's certainly possible to build a PHP engine with Zig that could be as fast or even faster than the current PHP engine, especially if the engine is optimized for the workload it's intended to handle. However, it's worth noting that the current PHP engine has been developed and optimized over many years as a large community, blah 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 blah. Yeah, we know that. Does Zig have OOP support? Okay. Which of the following would be the easiest to work with for building a PHP engine? Let's say I think it would be Go. Yeah, Go's the way to go. Okay, so it would probably be Go. I had a feeling it might be. And that's how I see that, you know. I mean, it's all very well to sit and be all macho and like, yeah, we'll build it with that, but of course there's a moment when the rubber meets the road. So it would probably be Go or something like that Zig thing. Okay, you can already do that with Roadrunner. Garbage collected languages won't be good like Go, in my opinion. Alright, why not? I'm curious. Perhaps you could enlighten us. Now, I'm not asking that in a confrontational way. This is not my field of expertise, so if anybody out there has some knowledge that the rest of us don't have, then help us out, you know. Tell us. Rust is certainly popular right now. Let's see what the engine, or the employee of the month rather, thinks of Rust. Okay, so we've got concurrency, security, performance. Yeah, I wouldn't touch it. I think it's too difficult. You know what I mean? Memory consumption can be much higher. Okay, that sounds logical to me. To tell you where I am with this, and I don't want to embarrass myself too much, but I don't, as far as I can tell, garbage collection improves security, you know. Maybe we'll look in fact, you know what? I'll tell you what, you crazy rock and roller. Let's look at this Zig thing right now. Would that be okay? Let's see if we can figure it out, okay? So, code samples, community. Okay, let's just have a wee look here. Oh, we had a get started thing. Here we go. So, installing Zig, setting up a path, blah 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 blah. The most straightforward way of obtaining Zig: grab a Zig bundle from the downloads page and extract it in somewhere in a directory. Right, let's do this then, okay? So I am very much in danger of embarrassing myself here. Okay, I'm going to ask the employee of the month. Can you give me some guidance on how to get started with Zig on Windows 10? So the files are called .zig, and then you say zig build, and there you go. Now, one of the things that this Chat GPT is really, really good at is the following. I'm going to say thanks. Alright. So you should choose. You see, that's what we're talking about, folks. So it's this one right here. So shall we dance? And who would have guessed the third one down? Would you have known? Would you have, be honest, would you have known? Maybe. Okay, so let's just stick with the employee of the month and we'll keep going with this because this is really good for this type of thing. Okay. Alright. So it's recommending that we have a directory called C Tools. Alright. If I do that, oh, I see. Right, okay. In that case, I'm going to do the tools idea. Right, or maybe we will do this. Let's just give it a wee try. Okay, so if I'll do this vibe. Not recognized. Okay, so let's just do make dir. Now they said call it tools. So we've now got a directory called tools, right? So we're going to download this little beauty here. And this is going to go into our tools directory. There's no harm in taking a wee 20 minutes to look at this thing, right? Absolutely no harm at all. Okay, so we'll extract all. And we extract into the tools directory. Here we go. Well, whatever it is, there's a lot of it. Yeah, when I do things like this, I sit with my guitar. You can't hear it though, it's not plugged in, you know. But this is my, this guitar here is my attention deficit disorder device. I need something, you know. kind of like trying things that are a wee bit obscure, you know. What can I tell you? I'm a contrarian, you know. Anyway, it's doing its thing and it is taking a wee minute, so let's see if I can bring up the room and see if any of you folks are in here still. Do we have anyone here? Let's have a look. Ah, you're right in front of me. Yeah, so it says yeah, the Zig compiler can compile C and C++ code too. Yep. So we'll see how this thing does, you know. There's another new one out as well called Carbon. I mean, these new technologies are a bit, well, risky, let's say. Some of them might not even get finished. But I don't know. We'll just see what we've got. Now, while that thing's downloading, let's have a super sneaky look at this getting started page. So this is all to do with just downloading it. And then so you navigate to your directory. Now, hold on a minute. Zig is a young project. We don't have extensive documentation. Oh geez, I'm really asking for it here. I just like the name. Anyway. Why have Zig when there's already this other stuff? No hidden control flow, no hidden allocations, first class support. I don't know what some of this means. Right, that's some heavy stuff. I'm not going to pretend I understand it. Here we go. So, Zig is a general purpose language, blah 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 blah. Yeah man, Maloof says it's beyond me. It might be a wee bit beyond me as well, actually. Well, no, let's not say that. It's not. It's just that it's badly taught, right? Remember, if there's anything we don't understand, we blame the teacher. That's how it works, folks. Alright. So, create a file with main.zig with the following contents. So, pub, function, main, void. Using the standard library with debug on, print hello. Then we do a little thing here. I don't know what the S is. Okay. So, you know what? Maloof, are you there? Right, I'm going to show you something. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay, watch. You see that horse shit about how something's above you? Nothing is above you. Nothing on the planet called Earth is above you. You have a mind smarter than the most powerful computer known to humanity. So, here's what's gonna happen, you goddamn chicken shits. You're all watching this, thinking, yeah, he's bit off more than he can chew. He's gonna fuck up now. He's gonna fuck up now. You're all wrong. You're all wrong. You underestimate my intellect, but above all, you underestimate my steel. You see, not only am I gonna nail this shit first time, you are gonna nail this too. And this is where we begin our active participation in this incredible endeavour. What I want you to do, folks, is very simple. Just touch the screen. Touch the screen, and let's build some positive expectation of success. Are you touching the screen with me? Touch the screen. We're going to do it. We're going to learn this Zig. We're going to learn this, and in approximately 15 minutes we'll all say, well, that was easy. Come on, you can do it. Touch the screen. Good, good. I felt that. I felt that. Okay, so now that we know that we're going to nail this, let the nailing begin. I can see that we've just had a little pop-up and we've got our Zig window thing in here, okay? Perfect. So let's now head back here. We are in the installation thing, and what they're saying is we download it and then we add Zig to a path variable. Okay. So here's what we're going to do right now. By the way, you can watch me and then you can do this all in your own time. As you shall see, it's all remarkably simple. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you a wee trick. If I do CD, and then I don't even know if I need to say CD, but if I go like this, boom, right, there you go. So do you see how it's given us the path, right? So then what we can do is we'll open up our employee of the month, and I'm just going to say I have downloaded and extracted Zig to this. Now I think I need to set up the path. Can you describe to me how to do this with, and then you chuck in the name of your operating system. So basically what we need to do is tell the computer that whenever we say Zig, we want you to reference the thing that we just downloaded, right? So here's its instructions. We click on edit the system environment variables. That's what we're going to do. Oh, pardon me. So we search for this. So here we go. We're going to type in here. There you go. Edit the system environment variables. There it is. Now under system variables, where the hell is that? So we go into environment variables. There it is. And then we've got this vibe here, right? So then it says under system variables, it says scroll down until you find the path variable. There it is right there. And then click edit. Okay. So then it says click new and enter the path of the directory. So here we go. We go new and enter the path of the directory. So we go like this. Oh no. Here we go. We'll do this again. Let's just do that again. So we're going to say it's this path. Oh, pardon me. It's this path thing here. So we say new. Why, oh why am I getting all mixed up? Right, environment variables. It's path. Now, did it say hit edit? It says select it, then click edit. Right, I've got you. So we do that, then we click new, then we chuck in our path to the zig thing, then we hit OK. There you go. It says you should now be able to run the zig command from any command line prompt. So if you search for zig version, it should say hello Honolulu. So here we go. So let's try that. Let's say zig version. Zig is not recognized. So over to the employee of the month. All right. Oh, you have to restart it. Thank you, thank you. You see, this is the power of the stream. All right, here we go. So I've restarted it now. Come on. There we go. So we're going to say zig version. Ah, it's still not doing it. Well, I just closed it and reopened it. Perhaps. Maybe it needs a whole lot more than that, you know? Right, let's just check out this environment variables thing, just see if we did this right. So we had system variables path. I'm going to hit edit. Now you can see that we do have zig clarified here. I'm kind of surprised that anyway, I'm using CMDEDR. I think that's what it's called. Right, let me look at that path again. We've definitely got the correct path in there. Let's just try this. Oh. interestingly, when I type so that is suggesting that it's perhaps it's suggesting that it's not even in that folder, innit? Really? Ah, so look at that. Zig.executable. There you go. Bin my ass. That's what the problem was. It was the... Do you see what I'm saying? So if we look at this path thing here and go down here, I had added in a thing that says bin, which was kind of stupid. So let's take out the bin thing here and maybe even just replace it with zig.exe. What do you reckon? No, we don't want that. So if I go like that, zig.exe version, something's happening. Come on. Is it happening? There you go. We have the version, folks. Oh, hallelujah. Now let's see if we can get the Zig version. Damn. Okay. The good news is when I try why am I doing a wee sad face? Alright. Seems like it's not found in any of the directories. Oh, do you know what? Do you know what? It's quite obvious. We take out... Don't you hear me, people? Don't you hear me? We look at this. We take this out. Now I'm going to hit OK. Let's do a magic restart. Yes, that's right. I just invented a thing called magic restart. It makes it sound fancier than it is, you know. Oh, you miserable thing, you. Now, why on earth would it do that? No, man, I'm going to get it going. It's Zig for Windows, you know. Okay, we're not going to give up. We are definitely not going to give up, folks. So let's... I'm telling you, man, we're going to do this. Okay. My apologies. Okay, let's try again. So we're on our path thing here. Let's just hit edit. And you can see that we have this little beauty here. So we'll go like that. Now, this is recommending that we don't add in this vibe. So we can hit OK. We can hit OK. Come on, man. Alright. Here we go. We already did that. This thing is very, very lost. Now that is exactly the same, you know. If we have a look at this path thing here, we really haven't done anything. Okay, remove the zig from the path. We've done that. Just put the relative path, and thank you very much to Norris. Put the relative path like the rest of the paths. You didn't restart? Try with CMD. Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright. Well, we'll take that one out. That's probably a good idea. So if we do that, then we say zig version. Yay! Who said that? Who said that? Right, okay, that's cool. Well done, you genius. Let's give credit where it's due. Who had suggested that there? It was Norris, new name. Norris Bukhari. Thank you. Okay, Let's do that. So Control Shift Q. Did that do anything? It's working. It's working. All right, folks. So, we have the installation happening. Yes, it was tough, I know. But remember, every time you run into some bullshit like that, it's 10,000 other developers who gave up. So when we see stuff like that, we welcome it. We love it. We love it because it separates the lightweights from the champions. So, now that we've figured that one out, let's move on. We've verified the version, it's the dev version and all of that stuff. And we've got a Zig community that we can join. We'll just have a quick look at that. We ain't going to join yet. Treat each other with kindness. Right, okay, fair enough. Okay, so they've got some stuff going on, that's good. So now, are you ready to rock and roll, you crazy rock and roller? Because I'll tell you what, I am. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open up Sublime. You know what? Yeah, we'll stick with Sublime. And let's make a brand new folder up where we're going to have all of our Zig stuff doing its thing. So I'll go into Documents. Let's have Dev. And we'll have a new folder in here. We're going to call the folder Zig. There you go. Now let's open that little beauty up with our text editor. I assume that you're probably not coding along, but at least you can watch, right? And we can all learn this together. So if you look at the instructions then, what it's saying now is create a file called main.zig with the following content. So here we go. New file, main.zig. We'll save it. And here is the contents, right? There you go. Now, make sure you blah 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 blah. And it says use zig run main.zig to run it. And let's now make that happen. So what we want to do then is navigate into that Zig folder that we've got. So I'm going to say CD. Now from here you can see that we've got this main.zig. It might have been a bad idea putting it in there. It probably was. But in any event, if we say zig run main.zig, you can see it's doing something. Hello world. Haha, how cool is that? Alright, anybody here fancy giving me a job interview? Because I am practically ready to declare myself a Zig expert, let's face it. Alright, loving it. Now, what can we do next? I think I'd like to get the employee of the month to explain a few of these lines. Now I know what they are, that's important, the standard library, but is it the C standard library that they've bungled into it? Is it something else? I don't know. Let's ask the employee of the month. And this is what I really love about Chat GPT. This is where Chat GPT gets all its power. Because you can ask it all of the stupid questions that you'd be too embarrassed to ask a normal human being. Okay, here we go. Certainly. So here's what each of the code things does. The first thing imports the standard library and assigns it to that. Then we've got a public function called main. It takes no arguments and returns nothing. I think we would have figured that out, right? And Zig main is the entry point. So same as C and C++ in that regard. Now, the next thing we're doing is we're saying print. And we're using print from the debug module of the standard library. So the standard library must have a debug module. It says the string is hello s and then an n, where s is a format specifier for a string. Oh shit, what does that even mean? The world argument is passed. Oh, I see what you're saying, right? So this is basically like a variable. So say hello world, right? Okay, so just to clarify what this is doing, folks, right? If we were to say first name, last name, and then let's just take a wild guess. If we then said John, now shall we have something like that? Take a guess, I don't know. Maybe. Let's try it. Let's just give it a try. Now, it could be that we need a comma. We're just trying to get to grips with the basic syntax here. It's expecting a semicolon after the statement. Is that it? Alright. Back to the employee of the month. Thanks. I have attempted to make the function a little bit more advanced. However, I am getting an error. Can you tell me where I went wrong and how to fix it? The issue is that you're using a semicolon in the middle of the argument for the print function. Semicolons are used to separate statements. Instead, you should use both arguments. Ah, okay. So that's basically like JSON, isn't it? It really is. So if we now, I mean, we all know JSON. Everybody watching this video is okay with that. So if we do this, save, then we'll refresh. No. Right, if this does not work, we have to assume that Chat GPT does not know this interesting new language here. But hopefully it will work. Expectation of success? Expectation of success, you miserable swine. Right, okay, so we have to assume that Chat GPT, unfortunately, does not know Zig. But let's not worry about it. I'm going to see if we need this debug thing. I'm going to save. So we do need it. Okay. Cool. Alright, so let's just stick with the documentation. We won't try and be clever here, right? Now, basics. So we've got constants, we've got variables. Constants and variables must have a value. If no known value can be given, the undefined value which coerces to any type may be used as long as a typed annotation is provided. Well, that's a bit of a duff way, innit, of doing this. So let's just try. Right, let's just experiment with this a wee bit. So if we say var, now let's just call it age, and here I'm going to say age. No, that is saying S. Of course, it's not an S, it's an I. It's an integer, right? No. Oh, Jiminy. Well, let's try something else. Let's try just adding age in here. Unused local variable. Expected 2 arguments. Found 1. This is a bastard. Anyway, it's given us some stuff about defining arrays. Oh, this is horrendous. Look at this. Here we've got a wee while loop. Here's a for loop. So it's kind of just walking us through the Jeez, look at the way they do switch statements. It's fucking horrendous. Yeah. I think that's some of the ugliest code I've ever seen. That's actually worse than C++. No. But we're not going to give up just yet. Standard patterns. So we've got memory allocation and everything in this. This is very low level, you know. And of course, I really understand everything. It's important for you to realize that, you know. You see this face? This is not a confused face. This is the look of a genius. I'm just wondering though, I have concerns that it's not complicated enough. Oh, so you can build an executable like that. Then you can compile for whatever you want. Working with C. Oh, right, okay. So see how it's got... Let's try something. If I say var age C int 21, no chance. Nah. I would need a lot of drugs to get into this, do you know that? A whole lot of drugs. Piles, you know? Like, really? I would be turning Glasgow into the new Columbia. Right, that is... Okay, do you remember when I said that we're all going to nail it? Do you remember when I said that we're all going to nail it? Well, that was a load of bullshit. We're going to nail fuck all. Welcome to the live stream. That's just the worst. That is the worst syntax I've ever seen. Anyway, Chris says C is still the king in terms of simplicity. Yep. I wonder if there's a plugin, William says. Oh dear. William, if you were a ship, I would name you Blind Optimism. Don't get me wrong, I admire your blind optimism. We need that here. We need that. And welcome, by the way. We tried to nail it, but you can't nail shit. Okay, tried to nail it, but you can't nail shit. Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. David had promising career as a motivational speaker, but the sad state of the PHP... Maloof, what the fuck is your vibe, man? I don't know if you're trolling or if you're just a kind of one of those asparagus characters that hangs about the web development community and says things like, you're a fucking asshole, and thinks it's dead witty, you know? I don't know. But God bless you, Maloof. I think you're probably a great guy anyway. I assume a guy, since 95% of developers are male. Maybe they're not. I read that in the back of a Matchbox. The languages. Alright, take it easy, Maloof. Holy moly. Alright. So, I think that we certainly learned that was horrible. That was actually worse than C++ by a mile. I done a few weeks of a C++ course and I couldn't stand it. That was considerably worse, in my opinion. So, there's no way we're going to use that. There is no way. I mean, that is the most horrible syntax that I've ever seen. No, well, the most horrible syntax I've ever seen was Objective-C. I never made it through a single tutorial, by the way. I just looked at it and I was like, oh, never. But this is bad. Well, we learned something. We are certainly not going to be using this. Alright. What can I tell you? At least I tried. At least I tried, you know. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm sure there's other things that we could use. Is this a good day or is it a bad day? It's a bad day. Not only have we not got a GitHub star, but somebody has revoked their GitHub star. Definite bad day, you know. I'm so depressed. Right, okay. You know what? I'm going to go out and buy an energy drink for the shop because I'm really, really in a stupid state right now. Nothing's working here. So, would you allow me 5 minutes till I just sneak out and grab a little energy drink? Would that be okay? Because I'm certainly not doing any decent coding so far. Well, alright then. I'll imagine that you said okay. I have to tell you something, you know, like, see when you do a live stream and you go, right, we're going to learn this, and then you don't. It is so easy for me to turn that into a joke. It's so easy for me to say, well, sometimes the magic works and sometimes it doesn't, or some wee line, and turn it into a joke. But I'm not turning anything into a joke. I am fucking furious. You know what I mean? That was a colossal failure. And if there's one thing that separates the winners from the fucking losers in this life, it's that the winners own their failures. That was a failure. As for what brand of energy drink, whatever's the cheapest, whatever I can afford with this. So stay cool, folks. The day's not over yet. I'm going to do about another 4 hours of live streaming here. Another 4 hours of live streaming. Zig was bullshit. I mean, I'm blaming the language. That's what we do, right? We'll blame the language. It really was bad, and when I come back, I'll have a wee energy drink and we'll try and finish this API manager. So stay cool. I'll be right back.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright, and we're back. So I've just been faffing about with the employee of the month there, and I was asking it to compare a few other language choices for building a PHP engine. I'm feeling as if Go or C++ could be the way to go for this, but you know what? It's an idea that's a year ahead of its time. Let's just all head back down to the planet Earth, and let's, if we can, let's nail this API manager here once and for all, okay? So, I have my energy drink. Somebody was asking what brand. It's, I tell you what, if you can figure out the brand name from that design, then you're smarter than me. I think it's unbranded. It says best one. Is that it? Who knows? Alright. So, let's just go through the old to-do list, and I have to tell you, I feel my energy going up a wee bit already, so that's good, right? So let's make sure the setting of tokens works. So what that means is, if we go and refresh here, and if I say ABC, you'll see that it says set token is not defined. So I have built a lot of these things previously, and I'm more than happy to just reuse them, you know? So if we do something like that, and you can see it's got update token status element. I don't know what that is. In fact, I should probably just check, right? So let's have a wee look at that one. Update token status element. Oh yeah, that's this thing, right? Okay, so if we go here. Now, I don't think that that should be in its own function, so I'm going to take that out. And we'll just go like this. So here we go, we are going to refresh. And we'll say ABC set token. Now you can see that it says token is set. And when we hit get, sure enough it says ABC. If we close it, do that, token is not set. And there it's disappeared. And one more time, set token. There it is. That's excellent. So that's another thing off the old to-do list. Let's do these two things now. These are going to be quite easy. So we're going to get that happening. And can you believe it? It actually works. Here's our parameters. They work. Let's close this. Hit get and copy response body. Paste. And it's empty. But if we do it now and then paste, it works. So that's fine. That was easy, right? Never had to even do anything. Now let's look at view endpoint settings here. Well, don't you just love it when things work? So that's looking fine as well. Alright. So we've only got a few things to go. The next thing is, let's make sure that the token is being sent with the request. Now in order to do this, what I want us to do is have a wee look at submit request. You can see that there's a target URL here. And I'm going to just console.log target URL. So if we go like this, there's our target URL. We can open that in a new tab like so. And what we'll do is we'll open up our API and alright, I'm going to do a little JSON on this input token thing. I have no clue what that even is, but let's just do that. It says true. Alright, let's try JSON on token validation data. Alright, let me look at validate token. Okay, so I'm going to var dump token with a little die statement here. And you can see that it says false, right? So if we submit, you can see it's returning false. This is where the cool stuff happens. So we're going to head to this, we're going to go to this submit request thing here. And if we look at the this thing and we'll check out submit request. Oh, I had it all condensed. What an idiot. Employee of the month. In fact, let's make the employee of the month have a wee bit of work here. Okay. Alright, here we go. So I'm going to ask the employee of the month. There's no way it will be able to do this. This is the most difficult question I have ever asked this thing. Can you beautify this code and also assign meaningful variable names so that it's easier to understand? There's no way it will be able to do it, but we'll try it anyway. I don't think it can really figure out what the variable names should be. Yeah. Okay, so did that even help? Probably not. So I reckon I'm going to have to build this thing completely. So reverse 46, hello to you, says I don't like the path of the PHP Foundation, but building another engine is wrong because the user base will be very small. No web hosting company will use it. Without shared hosting, it stays niche. And on top of that, the average admin will refuse to use it. Well, we know that script, that's for sure. Somebody just described my world there. I think you might be right, but I mean, I really am. I haven't made my mind up about it, but the way I kind of feel about it is that there's a few things at play here, you know. One of the questions is, are they going to ruin PHP? And I think the answer's clear. They've already started breaking it. There's no signs of that changing. Now, I'll give you one ray of hope here. A little ray of hope. One ray of hope is that whether people like it or not, there's a lot of developers who agree with what some of us have been saying, who want stability. And they can see the benefit in that type of thing. And I suppose it's possible that maybe PHP could change and maybe someday we'll get what we're after. But if they don't, then as far as I can tell, it leaves us with a limited amount of choices. One is to firefight all of the changes that they're doing, which we could probably do. But the trouble is that they're basically turning PHP into Node.js. You've seen the video of the guy like that. Oh, we're doing updates every 6 months or every 18 months or whatever, new version. It's all on YouTube. They're determined to turn PHP into Node.js, which means, you know, we'll all be on version 20 of PHP before long. Now, if that happens, if they actually do that, it'll be a disaster for PHP. There's no two ways about it. because they're basically turning PHP into an advertising platform for Node.js. I would personally rather just use Node.js than deal with all of that bullshit. So that puts us in a position. Do we switch to another technology? Do we write our own programming language, or do we build an engine? Now, writing our own programming language is utterly out of the question and unnecessary. Let's not even humour that one. But building our own engine is possible, for sure. Falcon did it. Most of the things that I built for Trongate, when I had the idea and I mentioned it, people were saying there's no way it's possible. But I'm telling you, man, you can do whatever you want, you know? So, I don't know. I'll tell you one thing though. I'll tell you this. We are better equipped to firefight all of these problems than 80% of the frameworks out there. Because Trongate's not a very big framework, you know? So we can probably just keep on firefighting whatever they throw at us and keep it all going. But I do have concerns about the direction that PHP's going in. There's no question about that, you know? Unfortunately. Alright, so what we'll do then, since our code is utterly useless, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to do a wee search for set header, and then I'm going to do that. We'll make it case insensitive. Alright, so you can see this is how we attach a token to our request here, right? So what we could do is we could say the following. We could say if token is not empty, then we add the token. So we're going to refresh. I'm going to add in ABC123 on the top right hand side. That's now set. Then I'm going to go like this, and as you can see, we do actually now have our token coming in, and it was pretty easy, right? And if we do that, it says token not set. Now, by the way, that's a wee mistake that I just thought of. You see how that says set token here? This thing. Let's have a look at this. So we've got a little function here. So we've got a wee thing by the name of set token. I mean, by the way, can I just say alternative opinions are incredibly welcome, and I'm grateful for that comment from Reverse 46. I think there's a good point there, you know. This is not, I know that sometimes when I do YouTube videos and whatever, I play the part of a raving nutcase. But that's all just marketing, you know? It's all just marketing. So it's okay to disagree and bring in your own opinions. In fact, that's what I want, you know? So thank you, Reverse 46. I think you make some valid points, you know? Says for most small projects, an admin or custom managed server is too expensive. That's the reason I decide to do it in PHP. Well, let me tell you where I am as far as this goes. Here in the street, they're currently digging up the whole place, and they're installing this insanely fast broadband. I mean, ridiculous, you know, gigabyte per second stuff. And I'm honestly thinking that if you can get a static IP address, the case for setting up your own hosting company is massive. So there's a part of me thinking that, but there's another part thinking, maybe we've got enough on our plate, you know, instead of all of that. I mean, the truth of the matter is, none of this is real. The only thing that I really care about is getting Trongate in the top 10 as far as that frameworks list goes. That's all I care about. Okay, now I'm going to do something else. You see this button here that says set token? This is our set token button, right? So let's say const set token button is document get element by ID set token button. And then I'm just going to say set token button dot inner text equals so if the token is empty, we want it to say set token. Otherwise, we want it to say unset token. So if we save, now I'm going to go like that. Do you see how it says unset token? Okay, so we're going to build up on this. Right, we're going to say if, and there's going to be two conditions. Alright, so the first condition is if the token is equivalent to emptiness and the No, that's wrong. Because it's... Forgive me, folks. Right, so I want to add a key down event on this. Okay. I wonder if it's possible to go to that set button token thing. Here we go. Where on earth is it? Here it is here. Okay, so we're looking at the set button token. There it is. Now I'm gonna... I just want to double check this. How do you add on key and on key down? Alright, let's try that. Alright, we'll go with that. Although I would have preferred it if it had done it another way, but let's not get too worried about this stuff, right? So we're gonna say, do you see how we've got this event listener here? Alright. Okay, so right here we've got our set token button. Which is that. Then we're going to say set token button, add event listener key down. Now I'm going to just console.log key down, save. And if we go here, oh damn, I meant to do it on the text area. Alright. Let's call it token input element. Here we go. There you go. Okay, that is it. So, what we're doing then is we're going to say okay, we're going to say const input value equals token input element dot value. Then we're going to get our set token button, which is that, and we're going to say something like the following. If the input value, if the input value is empty, then it's going to be unset token. But if it's not empty, it's set token. Right, here we go. So when we have this top right hand side we're looking at, you can't see it because of me. I just noticed that. Right, so it's this thing here. Keep an eye on the top right hand side. When we go ABC, you'll see it says unset token, right? So we can unset it, or we can do you see that? So now we've got set token or unset token. It's just a bit better, really. I think that's it. Just a wee bit better, you know. Alright, so that's looking pretty cool. Back over here, and we're now making sure that the token is being sent with each and every request. So if we do send, you can see we don't have a token, but if we do ABC, now hold on a minute. So ABC token is set. ABC, we close. Token is set. Wait, unset it. Set it. Unset. Right, okay, that's cool. Alright, so we've got this, and that is now reading our token. Okay, cool. Let's have a little commit. All right. Hello, wee Coco. Hold on a wee second, will ya? Hold on a wee minute. Hello, wee Coco. Come on in here. How are you doing, my wee friend? It's good to see you. Oh, how are you doing, wee Coco? We thought that you were never going to show up. It's good to see you. All right. So, okay, Coco has joined us here. Right. So, what do you reckon?
Sorry, I didn't understand, but I found something
All right.
else. Do you want to know if it has joined or have joined?
No. Pardon me. All right then. Are we ready to do this, Coco? Are we gonna nail this? That's right. That's what I want to hear.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So, we done a whole bunch of stuff, don't you know? A whole bunch of stuff. Now, let's see if we can get this header values thing working. So, reverse 46, Trongate fans, we could spread the word in a non-spammy thing about new PHP free. Oh, thank you so much, man. Yep. Yeah. He's absolutely right, you know, reverse 46 saying a lot. You're all saying some intelligent things today, actually. You know, as far as Trongate goes, I'm very aware that it's the David Connolly Roadshow so far, but that will not be the case forever. We have some parts of the puzzle that we have to get done, like this API manager, a couple of other things, a learning zone. But a moment is coming up where I'm basically going to become invisible. It doesn't look like it, but that will happen. If anybody wants to do any videos, tutorials or anything, please do so. But make no mistake, that what you just mentioned is going to be quite literally my highest priority for this framework, because if any framework depends on one person, it's not good, you know. So rest assured, you're 50 steps ahead of the rest of us in that regard, and I'm really looking forward to doing that. All right, Coco, what you up to here? What you up to, you wee munchkin? What you up to? All right. Okay, let me just see. Coco wants to go out here. Could you give me just a wee second? I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. I apologise for all of the delays and whatnot. I must say, I've been feeling just a wee bit, slightly under the weather. Not too bad though, you know. And it's hola to cuckoo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we're going to just power through this. I'm going to try and do about another 3, maybe 4 hours. And if my energy's good, I should be able to finish this, okay? So let's just do this, and here we go. Now I'm going to work on this display response header values. Okay. Okay. So we'll keep a wee look at this thing, and you can see that when we check this little beauty here, it says response headers displayed or something like that. So we're going to search for response headers. Actually, it's this one here. There we go. So this is called display response headers. Now, fortunately, we did have one that was kind of similar. And what this is going to do is, if we look at our JavaScript stuff, alright, so you can see that we've got a thing called header info, right? And it says let header info, which means that we expect it to change. And here's header info gets a little mention here, you know. Now, right around here, we've got this submit request thing going on. So it does the request, and then around about here, let's just bring this thing to life, right? So what are we actually doing here? Well, you can see that we appear to be resetting the header info. I don't think I'm going to need this though. Okay. Now, I've added a wee X there so that I can clearly see the thing. But here we've got some header values. Here's a wee bit of formatting. Here we've got some header info. And so what I'm going to do is just save and then hit submit. Now you can see it says we're not able to set this thing. So let's have a little look in here. Okay, so do you see how that says display response header values? But of course one of the challenges is, well, where do we display that stuff, you know? So we're going to open this little beauty up. Please delete me. Jobs. Let's just tick this. Do that. And as you can see, the header values are on the same table cell as this thing, but they go directly under it. So what that means is that we're going to go to the bit where the header info is here. In fact, you know what? Yeah, let's find the bit that builds those checkboxes. I think it's create div with checkboxes. So here it is right here. And you can see that we've got our third checkbox. And you can see that the third checkbox says display response header values. Now, what we could do okay, so we've got this inner text here. So maybe we could say, let's add the header info. Do you see this div right here? So that div is a paragraph actually. Let's add the header info paragraph under the third checkbox. So we're going to say const header info para is document create element paragraph. We're going to say header info para class list add, and we'll call it, no we won't, set attribute ID, and it's going to have an ID of header info. Then we're going to say third child div append child of header info para, and just because we can, let's just say header info para inner HTML is whatever, just to see if it works, right? So as we head on back here, refresh, click on this, and you can see that it does clearly say whatever. Now you can also see incidentally that the text was aligned center, and there's a few things that are just not quite right. So let's have a wee look and see if we can do something about that. Now I'm going to try and glance through this and just see if there's, is it maybe this 3 column thing? Could it be that? Is that where the action is? Let's add a wee background colour. It is where the action is. Perfect. So that's our 3 column thing. We're going to go like this. We're talking about an ID of header info, and I'm going to give it a horrible background colour just so I can see the darn thing, you know. So there it is right there. It actually doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Maybe if we do a wee text align left. Yep, I think that's quite good. So let me look at the thing that says whatever. We'll take this out, right? So as we do that, look at that. Don't you just love it when that happens? I never thought it would even work, but it did. So I'm loving that. Let's take this out. Okay, so as we do that and we hit submit, you can see our header values there. Looking fantastic. I don't know about this though. I don't like this misalignment here. So let me take that out. So we get this. Okay, so now we're going to try again. And there you go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Now, the header info is going to have a display type of none. So that means that when we do that and that, it just doesn't work, you know. However, if we tick that, you can see that we've got this vibe up here. You know what's coming up, you crazy rock and roller. That's right. What we're going to do is find the little beauty that does that. And the whole idea here is that we look at the you see the div that says header info. So we're going to say const header info para is document get element by ID header info, and then what we can do is we can simply say header info para dot style dot display equals, let's do one of those ternary operator things. So if it's checked, then the display is going to be I think it's block, otherwise it's going to be none. Okay, so let's have a little refresh. So if we do that, nothing happens. If we tick that, you can see the header values. If we untick, they disappear. That's right, folks. Life can be easy. It's all true. It can all be easy. And that's how that's going to work. Pretty cool, right? Alright. Now you also notice we've got a nice wee scroll bar here, so this thing retains its shape, which I kind of like as well, you know. So guess what? Can ye believe it? It's another thing taken off the checklist and all is well. Alright, I'll just say display header info if checkbox is checked. That's it, okay. So back up to the old to-do list, and won't you look at that? Talk about progress. Alright, reverse 46 is here. That's cool, appreciate that. He says, good plan. I've been babbling on so much I can't even remember what the good plan was. But whatever it was, I'm glad it was good, you know. Alright, now this is really coming together here. We've got our clear parameters working fabulously. Look at that. Boom. Isn't that great? I'm going to shorten this delay a wee bit though. So we have a delay. Oh gee. Right, it's this little beauty here. We have a delay of 600. I'm going to reduce it to 300. So if we go like that, add some parameters, then clear them, they clear, and then it does that. I like that. That's good. Okay, excellent. So what did we just do? We did display, so get add all, get commit display header values now working. All right. Now the next thing is actually remarkably complicated. I'm going to go into the modules folder here, and I'm going to look at tasks assets api.json. Now for the authorization here, I'm going to just take this out completely. What that's going to do is it's going to make it so that this endpoint just does not work. So, excuse me. Apologies, I heard a strange noise. It was just the cat. Okay, so we need to get this bypass authorization thing happening. The question is, How the hell does that even work? Well, it's probably worth taking a wee look at a previously working example here. So when we do that and we hit bypass authorization, you'll see that a lot happens. It's generating a token here, you know. So how is that all working? Well, you can see that we've got init bypass auth. This is on our, let's just say, the current implementation of this thing. The current implementation of this thing. Makes me sound intelligent, right? But here we go. Okay. So, we are looking for that. And it's hidden in here somewhere. Okay. This is going to be so difficult to read. So I'm going to look for a closing curly bracket. And we can't find one. Okay, let's try this. Employee of the month. Slick Daddy, how are you doing? New name, welcome, welcome, welcome. What are you using to write the APIs? Well, it's all using just pure PHP. You know? Can you beautify the following JavaScript and give the variables names that make it easier to understand? Yeah, it's the caveman coding club today. But we enjoy it, man, you know, and we're glad to see you here. And sometimes we're not as fast as we would like to be, but we do get there in the end. So here we go. I have no clue what this is going to do. Now, I'll probably have a version of this that is... Do you see how this code is horrible? There'll be a version of this somewhere in the commit history where the code is nice. But I just don't know where it is, you know? Maybe I should have a look for it. Do you know what? I think I might do that. Just go way, way back in time to the start of the framework. Don't know. Anyway, what we've got here is we seem to be setting up an expiry date. By the way, can I just ask where you folks are from? I'm just curious. I have no idea. Not that it matters, I suppose, you know, but I'm just curious. Okay. And then it goes into display headers, which we don't really need. Alright. So we kind of managed to get something out of this. Germany. Ah, right. Nice. Very nice. I love the German language, you know. I really do. Funny thing is, I had people visiting from France this week, and I'm not too good at French, but I found myself inclined to speak German because I found it. I kind of find German easier for some reason, you know. I mean, anybody who, even if you've not learned German, you can kind of mostly figure out what the things mean, right? Well, maybe not. I don't want to sound like a complete idiot. But I would love to learn how to speak French, and I'd love to learn how to speak German. Yeah, man, I'd love that. Okay. Now, interestingly, we've got a thing here that says your golden ticket. I have no clue what that's for. None at all. So, how about if we just search for that? Nah, I'm not feeling good about this. I actually don't really know what's going on, and I'm at a little junction in the road. Do I go back in time and try and get a deminified version, or do I wrestle with it? I'm going to probably try and go back in time. So let's have a wee look at the commit history here, and we'll see if we can somehow find a very, very old version of this framework that gives us the deminified thing, you know. So this is us at 2021. It will be miles back. Is it possible to check GitHub for when a certain file was changed? That's a good question for the employee of the month. Is it possible to search GitHub for commits that affected a particular file or directory? Within a given repo. Alright, let's have a look. Yes, it's possible. You can use the following steps. Go to the repository. Isn't this brilliant? Go to the repository you want to click. Go to the code tab. Search the name of the file. Blah, 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 do. Okay. Now I'm going to bring this over here. Okay, I apologise for clogging up the thing. So let's see what we've got. Go to the repository where you want to look, right? So we're going to do this. I'm just following the instructions here, folks. It says click on the code tab. So we're on the code tab. Click on the search bar and enter the name of the file or directory that you want to search for. Now, for us, it's going to be API_explorer.php. So that is, we're looking for a search bar. I can't see it. Where is the search bar? Does anybody see it? Oh, here it's up top left. Right, okay, so we're looking for API explorer.php in this repository. Nice. Oh, you miserable thing. Hold on a minute. Can you believe it? Well, let's try something else. Let me try the word golden. Probably, yeah. There you go. Right, good. So we've got this thing here, right? Now we have just searched and it says display results. Click on the commit tabs. It says on the search result page, click on the commits tabs to see the list of commits that affect. Alright, so it's basically this one here. And we're looking for... No, we ain't getting it. Tell you what, let's just try this again. Oh, give me a break. Ah, jeez. It's not even given us any commit history. Let me figure this out. Oh, here we go. This seems to be it. So you navigate to the repository. I'll chuck this over here. Alright, here we go. Okay, so it says navigate to the repository and go to the bit containing the file. Click on the file to view it. So it's in Engine, Views, top of the file. Well, I don't see any history button here. Oh, we do have a history button. Here we go. So there's our history. Now that. Okay, let's see what we got. So that's the very, very first commit of the whole framework, actually. Here goes nothing. Alright. And you can see that it looks as if API Explorer is basically empty at that point. So we can head back to the previous page. We know that there's nothing here. And here unfortunately, this generate token thing is just not working for us here. Check this out. So you can see that we've got this massive and quite ridiculous thing going on here. What the heck was I thinking about? Jeez, I have no clue what's going on there. I honestly don't. So I'm gonna. Oh, Michigan, Tracy, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. You know, every once in a while I see your name on Twitter, and it's probably the first time I've seen you in the room here. So welcome. Very nice to see you, and I hope everything is doing okay in Michigan. Oh. My music was too loud. Anyway, hello to you. Make yourself at home, take the trip, and all is well. So, let's... what do we do here? I'm at a crossroads. I've got three choices. In fact, you know what? You folks can decide for me. You folks can decide for me. Start a poll. What should I do? No, do you know what? To get bypass auth working. Try to understand the older code. Just rebuild it from scratch. I'm just curious to know what you would do. Let me know. Let me know. This is going to be a really important feature, you know. So we're talking about this bypass authorization thing here. This here, you know. That's the vibe. And it's probably this API Explorer, I would say this is maybe even the most important part of the whole thing, you know. because there will be developers who just use it for that. I mean, that's not being delusional. There will be. What the heck is this? I have no idea. I have no idea. Generate token. Okay. Alright, I'll tell you what. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. So let's look at our API. Let's look at our API Explorer here. Now, I'll just do that because it makes me feel as if stuff has happened. And I'm going to just say data golden token. Alright, here we go. So you can see that this has generated a token of some sort, right? Now, let's go to where the script lives. Okay, so I'm going to just say let golden token is, and we'll do a little PHP thing. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this, but we'll figure it out, right? Now, what on earth is the frigging golden token? Does anybody know? Nor do I. But I'm seeing a thing that says generate token. It's on Trongate tokens, so let's have a look at that. And we're going to look at generate token. In this instance, we're passing in some token data. How about if we do a little JSON on the token data? So if we look at this page, you can see that we've got user ID as, now this is interesting. Can you see that? User ID is 000, code is AAA, expiry date, now that's probably ages away. So what we've just done is we've said for the next 2 hours we have a token. That token has a AAA code, which means it bypasses everything. Then, as we load up our file, we say, right, we've got this golden token variable that's going to exist for the next 2 hours, right? And when somebody goes to the page here and they select this little beauty, we've got this vibe here. Now, of course, the name of the... I'm on the wrong darn URL. It's please delete 4 API Explorer, and it's going to be tasks. Here we go. Let's bring up our little console.log vibe. We're almost there with this, you know. So if we go like this, you can see it says authorization bypassed. So here it is right here. So what are we actually going to do with this? Well, to answer that question, let's have a slightly miserable look at our employee of the month. Where did it go? Here it is. Here it is here. Right, so what we had was, right, this is the original one. I'm going to just copy it actually, just to have a look at it. Okay. So, we've got a thing called init bypass auth, right? And allow me to just make sure there's no variable name conflicts or anything. Okay, that's cool. So what's it actually doing? Well, if the thing is checked, let's just call init bypass auth. Why not? Why not? Here we go. So we'll just go like that, you know, just for the moment. Now, here we've got an is checked. We've already made sure it's checked, so we can take that out. Right. This, oh jeez. My tabs don't even work. Right, okay, so is checked? Is it checked? Yes, it's checked. So we don't need this thing. We don't need this either. I have no clue what this is. No. No clue at all. But you can see that we're doing a request, a post request no less, to Trongate tokens regenerate with a bunch of other stuff going on. So, shall we see what this is going to do? Let's just... Yeah, to find out where that's going, the URL, the trick is you open your inspector, you go to network. I have my smug tutorial voice in full formation, did you hear it? Anyway, you go like that, and then when you hit that, do you see how we've got this little beauty here? So now we can copy the link address, and the address is something like that. Now, I don't really like the way that this has been written here. I just don't, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const target URL equals, and we'll try and write it in the super cool way here. So for example, do we have a base URL? Yes, we do. So we've got a base URL, right? So we're going to say that the target URL is our base URL, and then we're going to add on, it's the same vibe as what we've done. The only difference is that I'm just writing it in a way that is maybe a wee bit nicer. Now you can see here that we're adding on one of these golden tokens. I don't know why. I truly do not know why. And then we've got something like that. So let's now just do this, and we'll do this. And it says we've got, and have a look at that. Now, let's take a good old look at this Trongate tokens regenerate thing. So here's regenerate. It takes the old token, it takes the expiry date, and it says select all from Trongate tokens where the token is the token. And if the number of rows is greater than 0, it basically produces a new token. Now look at that. So we've got this crazy old token here. Ah, right. I've got you. Right, okay. So it checks that the old token is valid. Got you. Right. Fine. So here's what we're going to do. Let's just echo howdy. We'll do a little die statement. Now let's head over here. You can see that we've got our target URL. It's doing a post request. The params object is not defined in the original code. Was I drunk when I wrote this? I don't even know what that means. Anyway, let's just say console.log http.status, and then we'll console.log http response text, and then a little return. Okay, here we go. Alright. So here we go, folks. We're going to give this another retry. HTTP is not defined. Well, of course it's not, because I called it XHR. Alright, here we go again. So you can see that it says 200 and it says howdy. Excellent. This means that we potentially have the beginnings of a gig here. So what we can do is we can let's echo the SQL and let's do a little JSON on the data. And let's just see what we got here. Here we go. Okay, so you can see that it's saying that search for Trongate tokens where the token is your golden token. Again, I have no idea what I was thinking when I made this damn thing. But let's have a wee look at Trongate tokens here. Interesting. You can see that we've got a whole bunch of stuff, but nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing coming in with that particular token name. So let's echo num rows with a die statement, and we'll do this thing again. Here we go. So it's saying that the num rows is 0. That's bizarre. Really, really bizarre. And it's returning false. It kind of makes you wonder, has this thing been broken all along? I don't even know. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll head back to the API explorer.json file. And you see how we've got this? Let's take that out of there. Now we're going to go like this, and this, and this. Now we've got a row. Thank you very much. You can see that this token starts with PD, CAC. And if we go here and browse, PD, blah, 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 blah. So that works. And that is fantastic. Right. Now we've got a gig. Now, I'm slightly irritated by the way that I wrote that. It's slightly different from the way, and have I said slightly enough? Anyway, it's different from the way that I would do it these days. These days I'd just maybe try things a wee bit different. Maybe we would say target URL is. Now I'm quite happy with this part. Quite happy with that, right? But then I would say const http equals new XML HTTP request. I'd say http.open. It's a post request and we're going to the target URL. Then I would say http set request header. I would say content type application / JSON. Then what next? I would probably look at that. There's not even any parameters here. And in fact, there's no reason whatsoever for that to be a post request. We can do a get request here. And in doing so, it means that we don't need that. So now we're going to just say http.send. Simple as that. We don't need any params or anything. Then you would say http.onload. Now, I think I might have done an onload before here. I just want to keep my syntax consistent. Yeah, so I'm going all modern and doing one of those things. So http onload equals, and then console.log, let's just chuck in http status, and console.log http response text. All right, now I'm going to take all of this out just for the moment. Okay, so here we go. We'll give it another little try. Excellent, that's really good. So if we look at our endpoint here, what was it actually doing? Well, you can see we were getting num rows and we were just echoing it out. But now what we're doing is we're changing that expiry and returning the new token. We're basically generating a new token. So with that now being the case, what do we do next? What do we do next? It ain't a rhetorical question because I don't even know. But let me tell you what we could do. We can do this vibe here. So let me copy this up here. Okay, Stefan, bless you to the highest, man. Listen, I really appreciate you passing by, and I hope you have a great weekend. I'll be on tomorrow, probably, at the private members area. Please do pass by, and again, have a great night, dude. We appreciate you, and we salute you. Thank you, Stefan. You take it easy. I don't know where I'd be without you. Thanks a lot, dude. All right. So there goes the great Stefan Hummel, pillar of the community, and we're always glad when he shows up. Alright, so let's see what else we're going to have here. Now we've got a stupid XHR, but of course we're calling it HTTP. So we're saying if the thing is equivalent to false, then we run expired. Now I'm going to just say that'll do me. But if everything is cool, well, you can see that we've got this new token thing. So the new token becomes HTTP response text, the golden token. And in fact, do you know what? We can save a line of code here. Yes, we can, because we can go like that. So we do that. That's our new golden token. Now, by the way, do we have let? We do. So you can see that we've set our golden token, and this is us updating the golden token. That's right. And then what we do is you can see that this thing here should get the new token value. Now I'm going to inspect that. That is called input token. So sure enough, we chuck in our new token like that. We're not... Are we going to do this? Let me have a look here. Let me have a wee look. Right, so do you see where this little beauty is? That has an ID of token value. And what we're doing is we're saying give the token value the new token. Okay? So that's what we do. And you know what? I think that's it. I think that is basically how the bypass authorization thing works. So if we refresh here, keep an eye on the console, and then if we hit bypass authorization, let's just change that to golden token, right? So we go like that, we go like that. You can see that our token has been set upstairs here, so we hit submit. Okay, fine. It says endpoint has not been activated. Let's not panic though. That's the framework doing its job. So we head in here. Now I'm going to say that authorization roles equals whatever. Now we don't have a status of whatever. Let's have whatever pi. It's as awkward as you get, don't you know? And if we do a get here, it will not let us do that because it's unauthorized. But if we bypass the authorization, then submit. Oh, you miserable thing. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Well, I don't know what to do with that. So let's think about that. We would have said golden token, blah, 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 blah. Should I have said token is HTTP response text? Should I have done that? Should I have... Ah, now that one works. Do you see that? So we're very close to getting this thing working here. That's invalid. But when we tick that, it works. Okay, but let's not do anything too hasty. I'm going to go to the submit request thing. Okay, I'd like to look at the original submit request. Now, this is really, really difficult to read. So let's go to the employee of the month again. And let's just ask the question, can you beautify this and make it easier to read by giving it more meaningful variable names. Yeah, we're certainly making it work, you know. Alright, here we go. That's excellent. That's really, really good. And that was so helpful. So what this is doing here, you can see that this is saying if token equals golden token, then see you later. So that pretty much explains what's happening here. So if we go to our init bypass auth, right, we get the golden token that comes in here. Now at the top of our source code, we've got a token, as you can see. So what we do then is we're going to say that the token equals the golden token. That's what we've just done there. Maybe not. Hold on a minute. Let me do a wee set interval. Every second I'm going to console.log token is so the token's empty. When we bypass, it's still empty. So I think what we have to do then is when we do this thing, we're going to say that maybe even here, we're going to say that the token is the golden token. So that means that when we do that, the token's empty. But when we go like this, bypass authorization, now our token matches up here. Now this is the key part to the whole vibe. So when we submit a request, and you can see that code playing out right here, what we're doing right here is we're saying a little set timeout. I'm going to have to really beautify this thing. But basically we're saying, look, if this bypass thing checked is false, now what the heck is that talking about? Well, you see this little beauty here? If we inspect that. Okay, so let's just get a query selector on this, right? So let's copy selector. And right here, we're going to say const by, let's call it bypass auth checkbox equals document dot query selector, and then you just paste this in. And then we're going to say right, I'm going to do this really slowly. So the first thing it's doing is it's unchecking the checkbox. So we're going to say uncheck the bypass auth checkbox. So watch this. If we go back here, refresh, now I'm going to tick this little beauty here, and watch how when I submit you'll see it unticks. There it goes, perfect, right? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to say if the token is equivalent to the golden token, then the token becomes empty. I'll switch to single quotes here. Okay, so if we go back here, you can see we've got our token thing doing its thing. So if we go like that, it's an invalid token. There's the token, right? Now we're going to bypass. Our token is now meaningful. When we submit, the response comes in, everything's beautiful. But with regret, it looks like our token here. Now there's the problem. It's like that. So here we go again. So we do that, invalid, right? Bypass, there's the token has changed. Now we're going to submit, and then the token's empty again. So when we submit again, it's empty. And that's it. Now you can see that we've got a thing here called generate new golden token, and I have really no clue what that's doing. I don't even think we need it actually. But let's see if we can find it. Okay. So let's take a trip to the employee of the month. I don't think that we need that thing. But let's do that again. Thanks. Same question again, but for this. When I built the framework, I was obsessed with speed, you know. So everything was minified. There was no comments, no nothing, you know. And I've had a lot of criticism for that. But that was my vibe. I just wanted it to be fast. So I was fighting over every single character, you know. Not sure if that was a great idea, but that's what I was doing. Okay, so what that does is it generates a new golden token. Now that probably does serve a purpose now that I think of it. So let's just you know, when you look at this, yeah, it is useful. So let's just bring it in. Okay, so you can see that we're calling generate new golden token. We're passing in the existing golden token. So this is going to send our token across. I don't like, once again, I really don't like the way that that's been written. So let me copy this thing. And then we'll just, all I'm doing is just trying to keep the format similar, you know, no big deal, no big deal. So you can see here we've got target URL. Now, of course, this is our current token. So we send that across. Exactly the same vibe as before. The only difference is that when that response comes back, we just change the golden token, but we don't change the other stuff, you know. So we end up with something that looks a little bit like this. And you can see that we're trying to call a thing called expired golden token here. What in the name does that do? Let's see if we can find out. Oh, so that clears the page. Alright, let's see if we can do something meaningful with that. Damn. So please log in again, blah 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 blah. It does something like that, and I'm going to just go like this. We'll get the employee of the month on this. Thanks. Same again, please, for this. Doing all of that minified code was a mistake, you know. Anyway, that's all looking great. Just give me a little second, won't you? Alright kids, let's see what we got here then. So, we're looking at expired golden token, and it seems to be kind of a simple thing. So let's see if we can bring this to life. Maybe we could have it like here. And what is it doing? Well, you know what? Let's just test it. We'll do set timeout, and let's wait, how about 3 seconds? And then we'll just say expired golden token, right? That should allow us an opportunity to just test that thing and get our heads around whatever it is that it's doing. So here we go. Okay, so you can see that we had an error, of course, and it's saying stage inner HTML is empty. So that must be referring to this here. So let's copy that selector, and we'll say const stage is document query selector, and we'll chuck that in. Then we're going to say, now do you see how that says stage inner HTML is empty? I'm not sure if I like that. I think I prefer, for 5.2, I think I prefer a while loop, you know? So if we have a look at this little beauty here, this is kind of a wee bit more, what's the word, robust, you know? So here we go. Boom, clear. Do you see what I mean? And even if we open up one of those modules, well, maybe not quite. So let's just say destroy module. Cannot read properties of null. Alright. Let me comment that out. Okay, so let me console.log modal body. Maybe make this a 1 second gap. Okay, so right, find out, let's just let's say const modal body equals. Now I've probably got this defined somewhere else already. There it is right there. So we'll go like this. Then we'll say const num children. I think I'll just double check with the employee of the month. I tell you what, Chat GPT has been fantastic today. And there it is. So now we're simply going to say, if child count is greater than 0, then we destroy modal. That's your vibe. So as we do that, everything's cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I need to increase this gap here. Oh, it's perfect. That's really, really great. So, what we're doing then is we're clearing the stage, right? Then what it does is it attempts to add that message onto what we're calling the stage, right? So it does this and it says boom. Now, little bit of a challenge, as you can see. So we should probably just say stage.innerHTML is that. So here we go. There you go. That's what we're talking about. And I think that's quite good. Now here, what we're doing is, it looks like we're taking that top right section, to me at least, and we're making it empty. But you know what? I'd like to do this part here. Destroy modal if there is one open. Empty the center stage. Why not? Create a new headline. Create a new H4 element. So let's just say const let's say new headline element, inner text equals login expired. Then I'm just going to say stage append child of new headline element and return. Now this will be aligned to the left. Alright, no surprise there. But what we can do is we can say new headline element, class list, add text center. Boom, there you go. And then you can see that we've got a paragraph here. So we're going to say create a new info paragraph. It's just a bit clearer, you know. So we're going to just say info para inner text equals your session has expired, please try again. There you go. So now we're going to say stage append child info para return. Here we go. Boom. Alright. Now let's also say info para class list add text center. There you go. That's really good. Now see this one here. This top right hand side, okay? So let's clear that. Let's clear the top right hand side. So I'm going to say const top something like that. I'll say that that is document get element by ID. It's this little beauty here. So I'm going to just say I can actually say top right hand side dot style dot opacity is 0. Which does that. Alright. A wee quick trip to the employee of the month here. What is the JavaScript that you add to make an element ignore mouse events, including mouse over, hover, click, etc. There's a way to do it. I'll know it when I see it. Oh, this is great. Chat GPT has been fantastic today. There's no question about it. It has been absolutely fantastic. And I think it has saved me tons and tons of time, you know. No getting away from it. So you can see how this is all going to work. If I go here, do you see how I've got this hovering hand? Oh, you can't see it because of my face. Hang on, if I bring it down, do you see how we've got this hovering hand thing here? But now if we refresh, it clears and then we've lost that. So we've truly cleared this page here, which is not too bad. And that is that. Perfect. So this thing is expired golden token. I can take this stuff out now actually. Well, maybe just one more time. So you can see how that works. If we've got one of these open, it does that. So now we're going to look for wherever it says expired golden token. Nice. That's it. This is really, really great. Now I'm going to get rid of some console.logs if I can. We'll keep that one up for the moment. But we'll take this one out. Keep that one in. That's it. Okay, let's have a little commit now. Get add all, get commit m. And that was one of the items on our grand to-do list, bypass auth. It was actually the last thing that I had on the thing today. And that's it now done. So now I'm going to beautify this thing. So we've got that. No, I'm not happy with that. Let's try this one. Oh, that looks better. So indent with 2 spaces. Right, where it says preserve new lines. Well, I suppose it doesn't do any harm. So we'll paste that in. Beautify. It's not perfect, you know, but it's acceptable. So if we look at the one we've got, 825 lines. Now we're at 841 lines. Unusable. Utterly unusable. Tell you what, we'll keep working with it. Let's just keep on working with this. Because I think it's getting mixed up with the PHP, you know. Hey! Richard is using... Oh, thank you, Richard. And ahoy to you, Martin. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Richard, I would be so grateful if you could give me a link to that. I'll be happy to make you a forum admin or whatever if it helps. Oh, let me guess, it's a plugin. Maybe it is. Alright, well, maybe it's a plugin. So we'll do this the hard way. So it's like that. I'm just going to quickly run doing this thing. It really is the bits where it's got PHP when the problems start in it. Now we do have to do new lines here, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. But there we go. And then you're alright, Richard. I'm probably as well just doing it this way, you know. And Gear is here. How you doing, Gear? Nice to see you from all the way up there in Iceland. Gear, I was meaning to ask you a question. It's been on my mind for a long time. Is it true that in Iceland, because you're out of the sort of jurisdiction of the EU and America, is it true that you can basically say whatever you want online? So I could launch a website, for example, saying that there's aliens landing or something like that, and everything would be cool. Is that true, or have I been misinformed? I'm just curious, because I had heard a rumour, just a rumour, and the rumour was that Iceland is actually the home of the brave, or in the land of the free even, or whatever it is. That's right. Who would have thought it? But I don't know if there's anything to it, you know? Right, I think we're in the groove with this thing. Do you know that the Trongate desktop app has got a beautifier in it somewhere? But I just disabled it because I was not happy with it. They're kind of tricky things to build, you know? It's one of these things that you'd be forgiven for thinking it'll be dead easy, but it's not. At least I found it to be quite difficult, you know? And I was never 100% happy with it, so I just deleted it. Alright, now you can see that one does not get used. I'm glad I spotted that. I don't quite know why that says var. But it's okay. Alright, there we go. I think that's it. Let me have a quick refresh and then we'll see what's happening here. USA as well, oh cool. Can keep some sites up, right? Almost anything, I see. Like my classes here. I had a site in the early 2000s. domain had nuclear in the name. Oh, and it has heavy stuff. Wow. That is heavy. Stuff like that would really oh, Jiminy. Okay, so you can see we've got a little error here. It's in line. Well, what's it? This create key drop down thing. Alright, here we go again. Is it happening? Oh people, do you hear me? Invalid token? Valid token. That's what we're talking about. Now, expiry timestamp is not defined. That's a bit of a downer, isn't it? So let's see if we can do something with that. It seems to be on this generate new golden token thing. Okay, so we've got expiry date, but we need an expiry timestamp. Okay, so expiry timestamp, if we just go back, it's basically this little beauty here. And hold on. This is bad. Right, let me do this again. So we say expiry date is new date, expiry date set hours, expiry date get hours that, expiry timestamp is that, target URL is that. I think that's it. Alright, cool. So here we go, we're giving it a little try here. Hopefully it's looking good. Well, this is great, and I think that this is gonna hopefully do okay. It was a site Richard made, by the way, for modeling Halo 2, and if anybody knows what that means, you're certainly smarter than me. But I'm glad you got out of that situation in one piece, Richard, and well done. Okay, so I think that we're looking pretty good here. We've got our bypass authorization working. We've got all of our params here. We've got our display response header works. We can clear the parameters. I mean, just look at this beautiful thing. I think it's looking really good. We can copy the response body. I mean, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. So that was just a little bit of beautification for the nation, and I think that we are in pretty good shape now. Let's have a little commit. Alright, nice. Now, that is everything that I had on the insane to-do list today. That's it. If I take you back, here's what all of the stuff that was... I can't, I've not saved it. Downer. But trust me, that is us. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff done. I'm not going to do that. But there is now no question, absolutely no question, that we're on course to having this thing finished this weekend. Now, I could finish this right now. I could. But given the fact that we've made pretty good progress, and I am a wee bit tired today, I must admit, I'm kind of wondering if, well, I don't know, maybe we should just stick with what we've got, you know? Maybe we should. Don't know. But certainly by tomorrow we'll have this fixed. Because all we have to do is add on parameters, then deal with the post one, and then do the documentation. And as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably a bit too tired. I've had a really lucky day. Everything that... I think I'd like to maybe spend some time messing about with some alternative technologies. Alright, so I'm going to have a wee chat. I'm going to go back to this question of what if we made a new PHP engine. So, let's have a new conversation. I know that we've been here before. What are the pros and cons of building a PHP engine in Go versus building one in Kotlin? I'm a Kotlin optimist, by the way. So let's see what they say. Okay. Go has a different syntax and programming paradigm. Could be more difficult. Pros of building with Kotlin. Kotlin has a syntax similar to Java, which is a language that many PHP developers may be familiar with, which could be easier to learn. Kotlin can interoperate with Java code, which could make it easier to integrate with existing. Kotlin has modern language features such as null safety. Okay, so it looks like Go's the way to go. Pardon the pun. We had, for anyone who was here earlier, or who missed it, we had a little test drive where we tried this Zig language and it was a complete nightmare. So how about if we finish off the live stream by doing exactly the same thing again, but this time we'll do it for Go, right? So let's say, can you give me some tips on how to get started with Go? Let's do this and we'll see if we can get our heads around some Go stuff, right? Fair enough. Alright, so go to the documentation, blah 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 blah, set up your environment, blah 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 blah. Alright. Okay, let's follow the advice then, right? Golang documentation. Here we go. Installing Go. I've heard it's meant to be easy, you know. Alright, you can see we've got the ability to type in Go version if we want. So alright, so if we type in wouldn't it be a fluke if it was already installed? Wouldn't that be a fluke? Okay, so if we search or type in Go version, it's not recognized, so we're gonna have to, unfortunately, we're gonna have to download it. So here we go. I'm gonna download it to this tools folder here. Alright, so it's just a wee bit of fun. I'm not in any way expecting to build anything. If I can get it to say hello world, that'll be a success, right? Just a wee bit of fun, nothing more, nothing more. So let's have a look then. Alright, so I think we have to run this installer here. Alright, here we go. Is that it? Thing just disappeared on me. Alright, let's try this. Go is not recognized. Right, hang on. No. Right, I'll open up the command line interface. Maybe that'll help. So if I do Go version, there you go. So 1.2.1. Now if I do that inside this commander thing, is that going to work? There you go. Alright, so we've got Go installed. Things are looking up. Ha! Go big or go home, use Rust. Does Rust have OOP functionality? Well, you know what? Maybe Rust is worth a look as well. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, if I'm being honest. Where's my... I think Rust is a steeper learning curve though. I need to learn it myself, but it's still the new hotness, memory safe. Aye. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, to be entirely honest, you know, I thought about this the other day. I have not learned a new thing, significantly at least, since 2015. And I don't know if that makes me a slow learner or what, you know. So if this Go thing is easier, that's cool, you know. I'm alright with that. Now unfortunately I've lost the employee of the month, but let me just see if we can do something with this. Have a wee look at the docs. So we'll go to this get started thing. So we do a wee bit of hello world and all of that stuff, right? So create a directory for your Go source code. Right, here we go then, right? So we're gonna cd into tools, which is here. Then I'm gonna, I know that this font's tiny, I apologise. So now I've got a file or a directory called Go Stuff, which I'm now inside. So we're gonna make a directory called hello. Then we're gonna change into that directory. Looks like there's some kind of package management thing, but we're not going to bother with that right now. Let's create our first Go file. Here we go, pardon the pun. So we're going into tools, Go Stuff, hello. So we're going to create a brand new file, hello.go. I would frigging love to learn this. Right, here we go then. So paste the following code in. Then we say go run dot So go run dot go hello dot go. Now what have I done wrong there? Do you know what it is? I think it's because not sure. Could it be the package thing? Go hello, maybe? Right, one moment. Go version. Okay, let's try go hello.go. Has to. Oh, could it be go run hello.go? I think that's it. Certainly taking its time. There you go. Now it took ages, but we got there in the end. There you go. Is it getting faster? Okay, that's pretty cool. Now, let's have a little word with the employee of the month, just like we did last time. So here we go, and we're going to say, I have just created my first Go program. Here it is. Now it's going to say, oh, that is great, Go is a language and all of that type of stuff. But here we go. The main statement tells the Go compiler that this is the main package for your program. We import the format or FMT package, which is functions for formatted in and out, including printing. Func main is the main entry point, and then we've got this print line vibe, and overall your code is a great starting point. Okay, thank you. Does Go have public, private and protected functions? It does not have access to that. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So they say that if it's an uppercase first, everybody can access it. Otherwise, if it's lowercase, it's private. Okay, well that's reasonable. Let's not celebrate though, because we did that mistake last time and got lost. So there's what it's doing, and we've said hello world. Now if we type in Go help, we should get a list of other useful things. Alright. Call code in an external package. Now talk about the deep end. When you need your code to do something that might have been implemented by someone else, you can look for a package that has functions you can use in your code. So they've got a website here. Let's take a quick look at it. So let's just say something like crypto, just for a wee bit of fun. And look at that. So this is a package manager they've got. It's kind of like NPM or something. And how do we install it? I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, so you can look for a package, you can go there. So visit that and search for a quote package. Oh, I see. Right, I've got you. I'm just going to read this. So basically, so this is us importing the package once we've downloaded it. Surely that doesn't work. I do not believe that that is going to work. It cannot. Is that just calling it from the web? Surely that would be ridiculous. Let's just try that. I mean, I would be astonished if that worked. Aye, so the file's not found. I thought it was going to read it from the web there. So we visit that, we search for that, we locate and click that, blah 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 blah. So it doesn't really tell you how to download it or import it. Anyway, how to create Go modules. It's really jumping in the deep end here. How to call it from another module. Return a random greeting. And on we go. Okay. Alright, so here we go then. And Go variables are declared, explicitly declared, and used by the compiler. Alright. So it looks like, at least to me, it looks like you do things like var age equals 21. Is it like that? Is that how they like it? Alright, let's try something else. Alright, well at least we got that. Now, I'm going to guess it doesn't care about semicolons. Okay. Let me try something. I'm just guessing. You are age. All right. Name declared not used. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Okay. Let's take a wee trip with the employee of the month. Can you explain why this is not working? Oh, right, okay. So it looks like we're doing a wee bit of string replacement here. So we've got output. Oh, look at that horrible syntax. That is horrible. Why does output not have a type declaration? Horrible, horrible syntax. Alright, okay. So when you say dot equals, it says, look, figure it out. So then we do that. Alright. Why do you use %d? Alright. It's unlikely that we will express age as being a number with a decimal point. So is there not a means of declaring it where we simply say oops. Well, I can't complain. I've had a really good run for my money from Chat GPT today. I think it has answered a whole bunch of stuff. And it's been quite good. Oh no. It's lost the conversation. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, aren't you excited? Nobody's excited. Okay. Right, let's have a look then. Okay. So, think big or think or go home. Use Kotlin. I like the style there, you know. I admire your boldness. I need to learn it myself. Yep. GitHub just rewrote their new code search in Rust. Ah, okay. But Rust is going to be difficult to learn, man. I mean, it'll be much more difficult than Go. I'll be straight with you. I'm probably not going to learn any of this right now because I'm too caught up in Trongate. And the next thing that I'm going to learn is probably going to be Kotlin, which I've started on and I just want to finish it, you know. Alright, well, my energy's starting to go just a wee bit. That was 6 hours today. I hope I've kept you company somehow. And it's a shame that my energy's just so low. I don't know what came over me, but for some reason I've just been a wee bit tired. Nevertheless, I think that we did make some pretty good progress here. The title says finishing. Oh geez, I'm going to have to change that one. We failed in that respect. But there's absolutely no question that we have basically broken this thing's back. We've got a beautiful params builder here. I'll get all of that working tomorrow, you know. I think that this is going to be just fantastic. We've got our thing here happening. We've got display header values. Everything about this is looking good, you know. So tomorrow I'll get the post one displaying. Thereafter, it's a case of just doing the documentation and blah, 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 blah. And that is going to be a really, really significant part of this framework in a super solid state. The one that we've got is not too bad, but the difference is that this new one is going to be following industry standards, which is going to be great for us, you know. So we'll do that. We'll get the calendars working. I'm then going to... I'm going to get I've got a nice, what's the word? A kind of content management system that I'm working on that I want to finish as well. And I do think that if we get the command line interface working, can only be a good thing, you know? And then after that, it's just tutorials and learning zone all the way. So, I'm going to finish this thing tomorrow. I shall be back, hopefully, as long as we're all still here and nothing catastrophic happens. So thanks so much for being here. I think I am going to wrap it up. Like I say, the old energy levels are just a wee bit on the low side today for some reason, you know. So I'm just going to faff around on this guitar here. And thanks so much for passing by. I appreciate it. And I hope that we can do this again some other time. Okay, so thanks a lot, folks. Have a great evening, morning, afternoon, weekend, whatever it is you're doing. And I will see you very, very soon. Thank you so much. Stay cool and keep on coding. Bye.